welcome to Spartanburg, South Carolina. It is the 87th edition of the Shrine Bowl of the Carolinas. I am Bay Hickle Sports Director Jeff Taylor, alongside Bay Hickle Sports Mike Gillespie. And Mike, it's game day, a historic game full of alumni, great athletes. How excited are you to be here?
Man, I'm super excited. I mean, you can tell everyone else is excited. Hey, guys.
You got the ladies behind us.
Yeah, right. So incredibly happy to be here. The 87th Shrine Bowl. They've been playing this thing since 1937. Some of the greatest players in South Carolina this year and from North Carolina this year facing off on this field in just about 30 minutes.
Yep, and you know, this is the culmination. Today's game is a culmination of a week that's been filled with tons of activities. These players and coaches have had a great time, and here's a quick look at what they did this past week.
It's a blessing to be at the Shrine Bowl, best in North Carolina, best in South Carolina, going against each other.
It's a very big honor. I mean, I've worked for it since freshman year.
South Carolina's going to win it all.
North Carolina, we're going to win. We're just really pumped up for Saturday.
Let's get it, man. Let's work.
All that's it.
What's the strike?
Day 3 Shrine Bowl, let's go. Inside run. Good job, good job. I'm feeling good. Feeling great.
Changing me in ways that I really can't explain, because it's like being around all these kids is really just like me seeing like what they're going through, and I'm blessed to be here myself. It's touching my heart.
I look at things totally different. Stop taking things for granted and just live. Like, I got to live with a purpose now, and I think it's a great experience for everybody.
Tonight we're having an award ceremony. Our players, student trainers, and game officials will be receiving a very special award.
What a great time for those kids.
Yeah,
and, you know, I can tell you this, watching that story and all the fun stuff they did, they probably didn't enjoy the two-a-day practices as much as the other stuff.
Yeah, no kidding. And Jeff, honestly, there have been a lot of two-a-days for these players. Get this. Seniors can only play in this game. They haven't taken a junior in this game since 1947. So you're talking about almost 80 straight years of just seniors playing in this Shrine Bowl. So a lot of two-a-days and some really talented players. We're talking players that are, you know, heading to Tennessee, South Carolina, Clemson, and some pretty notable ACC schools as well.
Yeah, you know, like one thing for these kids too, for some of them, it's the end of their high school football career. It's the end of their football career. But like you said, some ACC schools, you know, NC State, there are a couple kids going to NC State. I had a chance to sit down and talk with them this week.
Number 46, Terry Grant, linebacker.
So we are joined by Jamar Boston and Jonathan Paler. Guys, thanks for your time. Let's start with this question, and Jonathan, we'll go to you first. You're playing in the Shrine Bowl. It is full of history. The alumni who played in this game, the list is star-studded.
Correct.
How excited are you to be a part of this game?
Overall, I won't say I'm not excited. I'm thrilled. This has been one of the opportunities of a lifetime. Also, just fitting here in the history, like as you said, but seeing all the greats that came from the Carolinas come down and being a part of the Shrine Bowl is amazing. So now I'm getting firsthand experience. I like it so far.
It's a great feeling, especially in my city. It's a real big deal to my school, to my family. My dad played in the North-South game, so I one-upped them a little bit and made it to the Shrine Bowl, so it's real nice to play here.
In the game, you're going to be playing on opposite sides, North Carolina and South Carolina.
Right.
Has there been any talking between y'all two? Because you're going to be teammates next year at NC State, but any talking this week?
A little bit, yeah. A little something.
Especially in the hotel.
Oh yeah, especially in the hotel. Well, behind cameras, guys been chirping.
So you head off to NC State. We're gonna have a little fun here. So there's one, you both play wide receiver.
Yes, sir.
There's one spot open. Who gets it?
Me. Me.
It didn't take him long to answer, did it?
It didn't take him long to answer, but once we realized when that little body frame get hit.
My God. Nobody want to be a bodybuilder, bro.
I'm just saying, you got to make a weight. You got to be a certain type of build to take a hit from a middle linebacker. That's 230.
If they going to throw the ball up, I'm jumping over the guy catching the ball. That's where I'm going to play.
Who you, Julio Jones?
I remember a small guy named Steve Smith, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
He was nice. He was nice. He was crazy nice.
On a much bigger picture, how cool is it to, you think about the people who've played in this, and we've talked to former players, and they're still friends with people they played with 30 years ago in this game. How cool is it to be forming the friendships, not only between you two, but your teammates and the other team, and knowing these bonds can last?
For me, I think this type of friendship right here is going to last a long time, as you said, because this is the type of things you're going to remember when you're like, when you're getting into old age, and like, I remember it back then, and it's like, and then you start naming people, all those great athletes and so on and so forth, but that type of thing right there is going to last a lifetime.
With the connection it has with the Shriners Hospital, how much does that add to the game?
There's more things more important than football, and we're doing this to serve others. So I'm really big on that right now. That's why I'm up here actually, is serving my community, representing where I'm from.
If you were on Madden, or let's say you're on Madden down the road.
Ryan Davies and Chris Smith from Bodyworks Plus. Since 1998, our focus has been on excellence in auto body repair.
We are excited to support the Shrine Bowl of the Carolinas and the excellence in high school football players of each state.
All profits from the game are sent to the Shriners Hospital,
a world-renowned healthcare facility concentrating on treating children so they may enjoy the life we all take for granted.
Please join us in supporting the Shrine Bowl
and the Shriners Hospital.
Bodyworks Plus, the Metro's premier state-of-the-art auto body repair facility.
As a Shriner, we at Charlotte Comfort Systems are very proud to support the Shrine Bowl of the Carolinas and the Shriners Hospitals in Greenville. Since 1937, the Shrine Bowl has donated over $61 million to the Shriners Hospital. Today, the Shriners Hospitals provide treatment for nearly 20,000 children and families from over 130 countries. Thanks to donors like you, we are able to provide these children a second chance in life. Join us in supporting the Shrine Bowl so we can continue bringing hope to deserving children.
How fired up are you for this one?
I'm jacked up. There's a lot of talent on this football field today, and a lot of really, really productive players that we're going to see make an impact at the college level as well.
Reg, you and I have spoken a lot about individual players that you like for various reasons in this game. Give me one from each team. Let's start with North Carolina.
Yeah, when you talk about North Carolina, the first person I want to discuss is Whit Neubauer, the quarterback. Stands at about 6'4", closer to 6'5". He's one of those guys that he kind of looks different at the position now. The position is a lot more guys under 6'2" that can move around with a lot of speed. I'm not saying he's not mobile, but it'll be interesting to watch him in this game, pushing the football down the field, making some plays with that arm. He's one to watch on that side of the ball.
And now how about the Sandlappers of South Carolina?
Yeah, this one to me is very, very intriguing. Tamir Hickman-Collins, the linebacker out of Indian Land High School, stands about 6'2", about 230, 225 pounds, something to that range. He can fly around the field. He can make plays all over the place. And I tell you what's the most exciting thing about him, over the next 3 or 4 or 5 years, however long he decides to stay at Florida State, he gets to get coached by Randy Shannon, one of the better football coaches, one of the better linebacker mentors in the college game today. So it's going to be fun to watch Tamir Hickman-Collins develop.
How's that? You're going to get all kinds of that insight starting at 1 o'clock when this one kicks off. Appreciate you guys, Jeff and Mike.
Darren, Reggie, thank you so much. We're getting you set and counting down to the 87th Shrine Bowl. A whole lot more coming up next, including a visit with this year's coaches. Don't go anywhere.
I can meow like a cat real good. Y'all want to hear it? Yo,
Hey, what's an inner talent? Oh, I'm a professional food taste tester.
I can make like water drops to my mouth. I can pop and lock.
I'm not doing it right now.
I like to draw. I'm very good at that.
I can do a split.
Look at that boy! Look at him!
Yeah, I'm a magician. I can make myself disappear.
All right.
I made myself disappear.
State-of-the-art auto body repair facility.
As a Shriner, we at Charlotte Comfort Systems are very proud to support the Shrine Bowl of the Carolinas and the Shriners Hospitals in Greenville. Since 1937, the Shrine Bowl has donated over $61 million to the Shriners Hospital. Today, the Shriners Hospitals provide treatment for nearly 20,000 children and families from over 130 countries. Thanks to donors like you, we are able to provide these children a second chance in life. Join us in supporting the Shrine Bowl so we can continue bringing hope to deserving children.
Coach Johnny Sal of North Carolina.
All right, Coach, we are here on the 50-yard line at Viking Stadium. Things are very quiet right now. That will not be the case on Saturday. Game week is finally here. How pumped are you?
Well, I've been fired up. Early practice normally gets me fired up. I'm excited. Definitely the kids was excited this morning. You know, you're in a game like this, and you don't want to drag it out. You don't want to have long practices. So what you try to do is have a practice that's focused. You know, that the kids know I'm going to be in and out, and that's what I told them day one. We're going to come out here, we're not going to coach you, we're just going to put in a scheme because you've been coached. So we want to make sure they get in and out, meet people. You know, like I said, down the road, 20 years down the road, these are going to be guys that you may see down the road, maybe in the NFL. You know, you never know. Maybe in trying to get a job, you don't know. But when I did it in 2010, the same guys that I did it with, I'm still communicating with those guys. So that's the experience that we want to put into them so they can put in other people down the road.
Kind of like a brotherhood for life.
Most definitely. Definitely. When they got rings that you can purchase, that means it's special.
Coach, obviously this is a football game. The best of the best are going to be playing, but I keep hearing that this game is bigger than football. Why is that?
I mean, when you selected as players to come here, you know, you're thinking coming in, I'm one of the best, and I'm coming to play the football game to win the game. But when they get the opportunity on Thursday to go to the hospital, it's going to be more than just about the game of football. It's going to be about the game of life, what those kids have been through, the reason you're playing, to raise money, to help support those kids. So that's big to me. And when these kids leave here, they'll realize that too as well.
Kind of puts everything in perspective.
It really does. It really does.
All right, Coach. Well, best of luck to you on game day. Go get them.
There you go.
All right.
North Carolina.
Yes, sir.
And our thanks to Kelly Bardick for that story with Coach Sal. He did a great job with Monroe this year, getting them to playoffs, and now he's on the sideline for North Carolina.
Yeah, and then on the other side for South Carolina is Calhoun County's own Wayne Farmer. And get this, Jeff, this is the first time ever in the 87 years of the Shrine Bowl that you have two black head coaches in this thing. We talked to Wayne Farmer about that and a whole lot more. Take a look.
Coach, thank you so much for joining us. When you look at this game on Saturday, you're one of the coaches obviously for South Carolina, the head coach. That's got to be an incredible honor for you, especially all of your years, being a high school football coach in the state.
Oh yes, it is. I'm very humble and very appreciative of this honor, and also about what the game is about. Not just the football game, but the hospital and what it's representing for as far as this game.
Yeah, I was listening to you during a podcast last week, and you were saying that you actually have a son that was premature, was born premature, and you thought that you may lose him. And to hear you say that, really touched me a lot. It's just that to hear you be so appreciative of this game and what this really means. It's so much more than just a football game.
Exactly. He was born almost 4 months early, pound and a half. He was one of the March of Dimes kids, but he's healthy, playing 3 sports. But I didn't know. We almost lost him 4 times before he came home. So thank God, and for that, and like to thank Ronald McDonough House and what the Shriners Hospital do.
It's interesting. In the 70-plus years of this football game, this is the first time that you've got 2 black head football coaches.
Exactly. The magnitude is the 87th game, and the first time 2 African-American coaches are coaching this game. It's definitely an honor. I'm glad to be one of the 2.
So when you look at sort of the X's and O's, it's got to be really hard. I don't think people really understand how much goes into this game. You were telling me that you guys started, back in February planning for this thing.
Gosh, I mean, you got to prepare for your upcoming season, your season. And then also, we got the call, I think, in January, and we've been meeting as a staff since February, asking Coach for film, the combines, doing all that just for 1 week.
You got to have a little chip on your shoulder, too, with your assistants because, you're the head man for this game, but you come from single-A ball.
Exactly. I'm the only Class A coach. All my other coaches are 3A, 4A, yeah. So I'm the guy that's not supposed to know anything. Hey, but I'm glad I am the chief. Yes.
Yeah, right, for sure. Coach, thank you so much, and good luck to you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for having us, too.
So congratulations to both coaches who'll be on the sidelines today. Hey, listen, we got a lot more coming up on our pregame show. Don't touch that dial. We'll be right back from the 87th Shrine Bowl of the Carolinas.
I mean, so many emotions just come to me. So taking a deep breath and know that nursing school has prepared me. I'm studying to be a nurse here at Central Piedmont. Becoming a nurse was a long-time dream of mine. A huge part of what's made that possible has been the Bridge to Careers scholarship, having my classes paid for through the foundation. It just means it's a dream, but it's not unattainable. I'm Diana. I'm a mom, a Bridge to Career student, and a Central Piedmont Foundation scholar.
Yeah. 30 yards.
Cool. So a very cool thing happening on the field live as we're showing it to you. This are two runners who are bringing actually the game balls. And Mike, this is a pretty special tradition for the Shrine Bowl.
Yeah, it is. They call it the ball run. Two patients at the hospital, Shriners Hospital in Greenville, they tossed last year's they tossed the ball for this year to last year's South Carolina track and field champion. Then the relay begins through town after town. They take the ball from the Shriners Hospital in Greenville all the way down to the field, taking the field now. Just absolutely incredible tradition here. We, can't say enough about what Shriners Hospital does.
Absolutely.
And to be able to connect these two games like that, or two venues, excuse me. Yeah, to connect the two like that, the hospital
Absolutely.
and obviously the game, just a really, really cool tradition, Jeff.
Yeah, for the kids to be able to do that and toss the balls out to them. I'm not sure who did the running. I'm not too sure those two did the entire run, but to do something like that, it just goes back to this game and through the tradition that it is here with the Shriners and all they do. But for the kids, that's a pretty cool deal. And, for especially the ones who delivered it into the stadium, what a cool moment for those two kids also.
Yeah, and what they do, two patients at the hospital, like we said, they physically toss the footballs out of the window of
Gotta catch
Shriners
'em.
Hospital. Yeah, you got to catch them. And they take them all the way down to the field. So cool. They've done it every year. There's so much tradition here, Jeff. Of course, we've said it time and time again, the 87th edition of this Shrine Bowl. They've been playing this thing since 1937 and hoping to make a little bit more tradition today, this afternoon.
Yep. So, hey, listen, we got a lot more coming up as we get ready for kickoff of the 87th Shrine Bowl of the Carolinas. Don't touch that dial. We'll be right back with more pregame coming at you. Hey there, everyone. Welcome back to Spartanburg, South Carolina, the 87th Shrine Bowl of the Carolinas, and it is time to hit the field for the coin toss. The captains are there, the officials are there. Let's see what happens.
Your play-by-play announcer, Joe Sessom. Thank you very much, Jim Crawford. Ladies and gentlemen, please direct your attention to midfield for the official coin toss. Flipping the coin today is our general game chairman of the Shrine Bowl of the Carolinas, my good friend Jamie Smith.
That's going to be a head. That's going to be a tail. Head, tail. Call it in the air. If I drop it, or I'm going to let it hit. Oh, you can flip? Okay.
Good luck, man.
Tails. It is a head. You're going to toss.
Our captains today, ladies and gentlemen, for the North Carolina roster, number 2 is
South Carolina's number.
Cutler Adams. Number 4, number 20 is Laban Callahan, and number 32 is Derek Denver. For the South Carolina squad, the captain is number 6, Raymond Staley.
So the coin toss is done. All we got to do now is play some football. Mike, as we think about wrapping this up a little bit, you know the South Carolina guys. Talk to me a little bit. Who are you excited to see today?
Oh, man, there are so many. So 44 of South Carolina's best on this field today. The cool thing about this game, they actually mandate that each of these players has to get in at least one play per half. So we're going to see a lot of these guys, but there are a couple in particular. Braylon Staley, the talented wide receiver from Strom Thurmond. He's going to the University of Tennessee. He's one to look out for. They call it the Great Wall of Carolina coming in for Shane Beamer's group. You got two offensive linemen, Blake Franks out of Greenville, Josiah Thompson. They are big boys. We were watching them warm up a little while ago, and I was like, where are they? Oh, there they are in the middle. They're massive human beings, and I tell you what, it will be the Great Wall of Carolina. Those three, I'm really, really excited to watch today.
Yeah, I think on the North Carolina side, I'm excited to see Evan Metters. I've followed him all year long at Marvin Ridge. A quarterback who can get it done through the air, on the ground. He's a weapon, and I know he's going to do great things at the next level. William Brown from Independence, another guy, tight end who's just done great things. I'm looking forward to seeing him play. So, guess what, guys? This has been a great pregame. Yep. Thanks for everything. What a great thing. We are getting ready for the 87th Shrine Bowl of the Carolinas, and I can tell you this, it is going to be a game that is action-packed. These kids have been here all week. They've done some great things. They've had their two-a-day practices. The only thing left now is to tee it up and kick it off, which we will do right after the break. So, hey, don't touch that dial. Right after commercial, we'll join Reggie Walker and Darren Vaught up in the booth, and they'll have the call for the 87th Shrine Bowl of the Carolinas. So for Mike Gillespie and Jeff Taylor, we'll see you.
Now for the Shrine Bowl of the Carolinas, both teams filing off of their respective buses. We've got quite the crowd, bands, music, cheerleading squads, the whole kit and caboodle as far as high school football is concerned. The pageantry, you love it around this event, even the mascot for the Shrine Bowl of the Carolinas.
Today, the stage is set as the best players from across the region prepare to showcase their talents in the nation's oldest high school all-star game, North Carolina versus South Carolina. The rivalry continues. It's what high school football is all about. The rosters are set, the players are ready. The 87th Shrine Bowl of the Carolinas starts now.
The Sandlappers of South Carolina welcome the Tar Heels of North Carolina. It's time for the 87th edition of the Shrine Bowl of the Carolinas. From Viking Stadium at Spartanburg High School, a welcome to you. We're glad you're with us. He's Reginald Walker. I'm Darren Vaught. Reggie, look, man, there's been a lot of anticipation around this event. We've been here all day to see everyone file in. What a scene. What a cool environment. What a great event.
You got to love what they're doing for Shriners Hospital. And then when you talk about the game itself, athletes, Darren, athletes, not athletes, athletes all over this football field today.
Well, in case you were previously unaware of some of the facts surrounding the Shrine Bowl and things about this game, you mentioned the Shriners Hospital. That's a big one, right? The players take a trip to the Shriners Hospital, visit the patients there. It's a huge part of this week and what it means to be selected to this team.
Yeah, Darren, and this particular occasion and what Shriners Hospital does in general, it actually holds an extra special place in my heart. My family's roots are in Memphis, where St. Jude Children's Research Hospital is. And that's one of those, my family was directly impacted by what St. Jude can do. So Shriners Hospital, St. Jude, those types of hospitals, a lot of credit for those.
Well, let's start talking about some of the players, beginning with Jonathan Paylor from North Carolina. He's on that side, a wide receiver committed to NC State.
Yeah, he's out of Cummings High School. And what I love about Paylor is, first and foremost, he can line up anywhere. They can put him at any spot on the football field and create opportunities for him to make plays down the field, in space out of the backfield as well. He's going to be a very, very effective player, fun to watch in this game. And then on the other side, Braylon Staley, the Tennessee commit, another one of these guys that's going to be a high-impact player, I think, right away at the University of Tennessee. He's a big-time player, about 6 feet, 6'1". He can stretch the field vertically, make plays horizontally as well. He's going to be a key factor to watch in this game also.
You say an impact right away. He is reportedly going to be participating in bowl practices with the Vols. Should be a lot of fun. The Shrine Bowl of the Carolinas when we return.
To all of those who have been selected to play in the game, both North and South Carolina, congratulations. In my opinion, it's the highest honor that you can receive, given the fact that the guys that you're going to be playing against, they'll be in the NFL.
Back with you from the Shrine Bowl of the Carolinas. Let's head down to the South Carolina sideline with Mike Gillespie.
So on the North Carolina sideline, Coach Sal, it's kind of a homecoming for him. He coached in this game a couple of years ago, and today he's got his marching band, he's got the color guard, he's got his players, and he's got his cheerleaders. So it's a great day for Coach Sal, a great day for both coaches. First time in the history, 2 African-American coaches on the sidelines. Reggie and Darren, back to you in the booth.
Thanks, guys. Mike, Jeff, it will be Coleman Franzone kicking off for South Carolina to begin this one. Franzone, a 3-time All-State punter from James Island High School. And North Carolina with first crack at it offensively. Jonathan Paylor front and center back there as the middleman in the deep group to receive. The kick is away. This is going to be returned by Benjamin Black of Mallard Creek, and he's brought down, ripped to the ground inside the 10. Quashid Scott, the defensive back out of Marion High School, Kentucky commitment, making the play on special teams.
Yeah, and that's one of the reasons why Mike Stoops wants him up there at Kentucky. Mark Stoops, I should say, wants him up there at Kentucky. That physicality, the ability to make plays and show up and hit people.
Evan Metters is the starting quarterback for North Carolina. Out of Marvin Ridge High School, really great season as a dual threat leader on the offensive side for the Mavericks. Rolls out, throwing down the sideline, kept it within the bounds of play, but overthrew. Incomplete. It'll be 2nd and 10 for North Carolina.
Yeah, it's going to be one of the things that's going to be interesting to watch throughout this game today is the timing and the rhythm of these quarterbacks in these passing offenses. Listen, they've essentially had 4 days of practice to get on the same page and figure this thing out. You see Evan Metters, one of those guys, I think, Darren, he's one of the better throwers that I've seen at the high school level when he's moving. When he's moving out of the pocket, he's really, really good at putting the ball on the money.
Tyler Mason is the back with Metters in the backfield. William Brown, the tight end, went in motion as the lead blocker. Mason brings it up to about the 15-yard line. Call it a gain of 4 on the carry. It'll be 3rd and 6 to go.
Mason showing some pretty good patience there, waiting for something to open up. Obviously, good job defensively by the South Carolina group, which, by the way, Darren, I think in the defensive front, South Carolina, a lot of talent on that side.
So the first 3rd down for North Carolina. Mason still in the backfield. Metters will be throwing. Pressure on the way. He floats it to Jonathan Paylor, who can't escape. Scott again, first there to make the tackle.
First and foremost, this is blown up quickly. Jaden Fuller comes off the edge, and nobody blocks him. And because of that, the timing, it forces Metters to speed up his process. They throw it out there. He throws a little bit of a lob because there's a defender on the backside that forces him to throw the football higher, and Paylor's unable to really even get started once he makes the catch.
So Nolan Hooser of North Carolina back in his own end zone to punt it away, kicking to Yannick Smith. For South Carolina, it's returnable, a stiff arm. Smith gets free and across midfield, and he's brought down from behind by Billy Wilkes, the linebacker out of Providence High School.
Field position right now in favor of South Carolina, which is right where you want to be. And I'm going to tell you right now, you talk about some dynamic players. There are plenty of them on the offensive side of the ball for South Carolina.
Beginning with the quarterback, Javion Martin, who will lead this team initially beginning from the 44-yard line in plus territory. First play from scrimmage for South Carolina is a handoff. Patient running there by Trayvon Dunbar out of Midland Valley High School, the West Virginia Mountaineer commit. Nearly gets the first down. Gain of 9 on the carry.
He just stayed behind the big fellas in front of him and let them do all of the work. and then he burst it out of the backside. Look at the patience, 2 offensive linemen pulling, including Julius Tate, the 320-pounder out of Greenville High School. Nice job there running the football early.
They go to him again. It'll be a gain of 4. Enough for the first down, and it moves the sticks for South Carolina. The Sandlappers now all the way down to the 31-yard line of North Carolina.
Let's be clear. I had a chance to talk to both coaches. They both said, we want to win this game. There's some fun involved, but we are trying to win the football game.
3 carries in a row for Trayvon Dunbar. He'll get a few that time, but there's a flag in the backfield.
Yeah, that might be a procedure penalty or a formation issue. The flag came out right at the snap.
And it is against the offense an illegal formation as Dunbar checks out anyway and gives way to Amir Smith, it looked like, who's coming in there.
And that may happen a few times in a game like this. Again, 4 days of practice, essentially a quick walkthrough on Friday, but for a lot of these players, their terminology may be different than they're used to. Formations may not be parts of things that they have in their standard offenses at their high schools as well.
So now a 1st and long situation for Martin out of the shotgun. Airs it out, looking for Smith deep, and he wins the jump ball. Down at the 10-yard line, a 1st down for South Carolina.
This is well done by Yannick Smith. The first thing he does is check with the official to make sure he's lined up properly, and then it's one-on-one coverage. He high points the football, goes up over the top of the defensive back to pull that one in. This is really, really well done. He was able to beat Landon Callahan there for a 1st down.
Fumbled snap. Javion Martin has to dive on it. That'll result in a loss of 5 or 6 for South Carolina, but another flag from that far sideline, Reggie.
North Carolina's going to decline it. I think this is a formation issue again. I don't think it's offensive offsides, though.
Yeah. Illegal formation. So a reminder of some of the rules in this contest. Only 1 setback for the offense in addition to the quarterback. South Carolina, the home team in today's contest, as they always are. Martin looking for Yannick Smith again, and it's broken up.
Yeah, Callahan. And that's the difference in a game like this. You may get a guy like Landon Callahan once. You keep going over there, and I give credit to Yannick Smith, is a really, really good football player. But that young man right there, Landon Callahan, he's another good football player on his way to Duke, one of the top 25 players in the state of North Carolina out of Reagan High School. That's a really nice job playing with proper technique and then high pointing the football and making sure Yannick Smith can't come down with it.
3rd and goal from the 16, thrown up the middle, nobody there. It's incomplete and brings up a 4th and long with goal to go. So now South Carolina is going to send out the kicking team, and it will be Franzone. Well, if he can get a holder out there, right. Looks like it's going to be Avery McFadden holding.
Again, some of these personnel groups are different for these guys that haven't always played on some of these special teams units.
33-yard attempt for Franzone and the Sandlappers here. It is down, it's up, and it is through the uprights for a 3-0 lead. South Carolina on top in the early going here at the Shrine Bowl of the Carolinas. Stay with us. Not quite 11 minutes remaining in the first quarter here at the Shrine Bowl of the Carolinas. 3-0 lead for South Carolina after a 33-yard field goal. Just prior to the break, South Carolina, led by head coach Wayne Farmer and his staff, as you see on your screen. Quite the honor. The guys talked about it in the pregame show, Reggie, but in addition to players being selected to this game, really for coaches, it's quite the honor as well.
Not only quite the honor, but it's great for some of these kids to get a chance to interact with some of these coaches and add them to the mentorship moving forward in their life as well. Coach Floyd, Coach Leapart, Coach Blackston, I mean, just so many really, really good coaches from South Carolina taking part in this game.
For end zone to kick to North Carolina, Jonathan Paylor in the center there. It went to Benjamin Black last time. This one not quite to the end zone. It will be Paylor bringing it out on the return. He's got Black on a lead block, gets past the 20 and is wrangled from behind.
I think what's very, very interesting about that kick return is that ball basically went directly to Black. But Black and Paylor were on the same page. Hey, you're going to get this one. We got to get the football in your hands. Paylor, and I'm not suggesting that Black is not a playmaker, because he is. But Paylor, they want to get him touches as much as possible because they know he can make plays as well.
So a chance for North Carolina to bounce back. Whit Neubauer now the quarterback. Cutler Adams receives the handoff, bangs his way forward for a gain of 3. It'll be 2nd and 7. So a look at Whit Neubauer. You talked about him in the pregame show. He's got a frame and a makeup that you really like.
Yeah, it's going to look a little bit different when he's in this football game. You see there the more straight line running game downhill, and then what they can do off of that is some play action passing stuff as well. He'll push the ball down the field. He's got a big arm. He can make every single throw you ask him to make. I'm looking forward to what he becomes down there with Coach Cronick at Mercer.
William Brown, the motion man. They're going to give to Cutler Adams again. What a move to get to the outside and get something there, not to mention 3 yards to make it 3rd and 4.
That's the thing. He makes that move in a regular season high school football game. That might be a 35-yard run. But with the amount of talent in a game like this, he makes that move and he picks up a couple of yards, and it's still miraculous that he was able to do it.
Second, 3rd down of the day for North Carolina. This is the first, obviously, in the first series led by Neubauer. They need 4 to keep the drive alive. Neubauer, quick release, back to throw. He's looking for William Brown, who couldn't squeeze it. Incomplete. It'll bring up 4th down.
Yeah, that's surprising. And Brown is a sure-handed tight end. Good ability to make plays. It's going to be obviously 4th down here, but that's one that Brown would definitely like to have back. What a year he had at Independence High School. He and head coach DJ McFadden in that group with a great playoff run as a 23 seed. Got all the way to the regional final.
Nolan Hooser out of Huff High School to kick his 2nd punt. Tight spiral on its way back to Yannick Smith, who muffs it. Had called for the fair catch. Whistles were blown. And we'll see what the determination is here. It looked as if, Reggie, they were going to give Yannick the fair catch call.
I think they anticipated that he was going to catch that football. See it again here. It's a clear fair catch signal, and he just wasn't able to track it and bring it in. Unless they're saying he didn't touch it. Let's see what the result is here. I think they're going to punt this football again.
Yeah, they're going to re-kick this.
Off of an inadvertent whistle. So I think they anticipated that he was going to catch it cleanly there. And this North Carolina, or I should say South Carolina, North Carolina, I should say, coaching staff not happy. They thought they were going to get the football back. Coach Sal, he's about as mild-mannered a guy in terms of how you interact with him as possible. One of the things I love when you get a chance to talk to some of these coaches is watching that, right, their body language and how they operate. You ask Coach Sal a question, you're going to get a little bit of a pause because he's a very thoughtful guy.
Yeah.
He's going to give you a very, very thoughtful and truthful answer. It's just always a pleasure to talk to Coach Sal.
So what could have been a pedestrian fair catch or a muffed punt fumble recovered by North Carolina is going to result in a redo. Yannick Smith waits for fair catch again and can't hang on to the punt. This is going to be North Carolina ball.
And Smith just unable to track that football, struggles with it once again. And look, let me defend him a little bit. There's two pieces to this. Number one, the wind is blowing pretty good into his face, essentially, which can mess with the tracking of the football. But then some of the other aspects of that is the spin of the football. It's spiraling and the nose is going away, which means it will run back away from the return man, which could give you some problems. That's, I think, exactly what Smith is dealing with right there.
Credit Rondell Carter of Julius Chambers with the recovery. Evan Metters back out to lead the offense with a short field for North Carolina. Trying to make do with his legs and is brought down. Jaden Fuller, the edge rusher for a Defensive Player of the Year out of Silver Bud.
Yeah, this is just a really good job by Fuller staying with the play and tracking Metters. He gets penetration right away, and then all of a sudden it's spilled right back to him, and because of that motor, he's there to make the play. And obviously Jordan Boyd in there as well, all over that play as well.
Loss of 6. It'll be 2nd and 16 for North Carolina. Motion man. Metters keeps himself after a fake handoff. Escapes a tackle. Makes it to the 35-yard line. Not quite back to the initial line of scrimmage. So it'll be a 3rd and long for the Tar Heels. Led by head coach Johnny Sal, as you mentioned. And a great coaching staff with these names spread out from a little bit of everywhere. There does seem to be a little bit of a triad lean with some AC Reynolds and Page worked in there.
And Brian Craig of AC Reynolds is a guy we've had a chance to interact with in the past. A really good guy. But there you see Coach Sal, longtime football coach. He's coaching at his home high school, if you will, Monroe High School. That's home for him, and he's excited to continue his career there.
Pass drops incomplete, short, out of the hand of Evan Metters, and it will bring up 4th and long. So presumably the special teams will get another crack at a play, and this time Nolan Hoosier is going to try to tie it with a field goal attempt. This is going to be about a 52-yard try.
And here's what's interesting again. This is a whole different cadence. Caleb Streese is going to snap, I'm sorry, a different long snapper than you would normally get, right? From a holder standpoint, that's different as well. So when you think about the mechanics of this, it's something to keep an eye on, and they're going to take a timeout.
Yeah, North Carolina takes a timeout. I believe Brandon Guest, I think, is the name you were looking for as the long snapper there.
And then I think Deuce Walker was going to be the holder. Again, this is a battery that obviously they don't play on the same high school team. So that's something to keep an eye on in these kind of situations.
Now, I mentioned the distance on this kick. Nolan Hoosier, a guy we've had a chance to see play and see make kicks of this ilk before. This is certainly within his range. As earlier this season, he became the national high school record holder for points for a career and field goals made.
The distance of this kick is not the issue, 52 yards, whatever it is. This guy, I think he can hit from 60 when the conditions are perfect and obviously the operation goes well. But what he's dealing with right now, the wind is kind of, now it's starting to swirl. The flags are going the other direction from before. So in some ways it's blowing in his face, but it's kind of blowing, depending on where you are in the stadium, depends on where or how the wind is blowing. So that'll be something to keep an eye on. But the leg strength is not going to be the issue, in my opinion, for Hoosier on this kick.
And now looks like maybe something from the South Carolina sideline stopping the resumption of play.
Not quite sure what this discussion is. Coach Farmer, of course, again, he's trying to win this football game. He wants to make sure he leaves no stone unturned.
Some more deliberation here.
Looks like the officials
they're looking
at the football, which the footballs being kicked in this game are a different brand of football than the kids kicked during the regular season. Having a chance to talk to both kickers before the game, and they're going to switch the football. Not quite sure if they want a kicking ball or what the case may be. I don't know if a lot of people at home realize that, but the balls that are kicked for field goals are oftentimes different. In high school football, the football that goes into the end zone for a touchdown is the ball that has to be kicked for a PAT. That's not necessarily the case on field goals.
All right, so South Carolina head coach Wayne Farmer got the ball that he wanted in there, whether or not Nolan Hooser likes it. And here's the 52-yard attempt. The hold is down. Hooser on a line, leaves it short and just to the left, no good. And the score will remain for now, South Carolina 3, North Carolina nothing.
It's a great game, great time. Pray you enjoy it. Pray you make great relationships, some of the relationships I still have to this day. I wanted to make sure you never forget the Shrine Bowl motto, strong legs run so weak legs can walk. So you're contributing to an excellent cause.
How cool is that? Shrine Bowl alum Greg Ellis, an All-American at the University of North Carolina, Dallas Cowboy as a pro after that, as South Carolina runs Javion Martin for no gain. This will be, well, they give him a yard. 2nd and 9 upcoming for the Sandlappers, who lead it 3-0.
Yeah, Darren, you mentioned Greg Ellis and what he became as a football player, and I'll tell you right now, there is a lot of talent on this field today. And we'll get into it later on, how many guys I think are potential to be able to play on Sundays out of this group.
Dacian Reeder stopped dead in his tracks on his first carry of the contest. Big Keenan Hatcher out of Grimsley High School making the tackle, along with Chris Kinsey from Clayton High.
Darren, this collection of players in the trenches, really for both sides, on the offense and defensive lines, is really, really deep and really good. This game is going to be, it's going to be tough to consistently move the football or consistently, obviously, create negative plays with great defense.
And a timeout called by North Carolina as it is 3rd and long for South Carolina. Well, you saw Greg Ellis there. How about some other prominent pros to have played in this game before? How about that name, Sonny Jurgensen? That is the best example, Reggie, of how long this game has been a thing. Baseball Hall of Famers even. Jim Rice, a product of South Carolina.
I figured you'd get fired up by Jim Rice.
How about the Fridge? William Perry played in this very game.
Shout out to the Perrys. I've had a chance to interact and meet his brother Michael Dean several times. Great guy. Deuce Staley, formerly a coach also with the Carolina Panthers. What a career he had. Richard Seymour, I was there for this moment when Richard Seymour got his gold jacket, the gold jacket dinner at the Pro Football Hall of Fame last year. Hakeem Nicks, what a player he was. Oh, man, that guy was a nightmare. And how about Clowney? I remember being at the gym at Rock Hill South Point High School when he announced he was going to South Carolina. You talk about a place that went crazy. Wow.
Javion Martin airing it out deep and throws out of bounds, incomplete. Jadeveon Clowney, that last photo you saw there, after his time as a Gamecock, of course, the #1 overall pick in 2014.
Yeah.
Some really good names there. Some Super Bowl champions.
Pro Football Hall of Famers. I mean, you're talking about some
National Baseball Hall of Famers, Jim Rice.
Yep.
Not to mention some World Series champions. Trot Nixon of the 2004 Red Sox World Series team.
Super Bowl champions. You know, just a deep, deep history of this game.
Coleman Franzone, after the unsuccessful 3rd down, readies to punt. And a delay of game on South Carolina there, so they'll back it up a little bit more.
And you'll see that potentially in this game more probably than you would want to, but anytime you've got guys there, some of these guys are not used to playing on some of these special teams units. They may forget that they're a part of it.
Jonathan Paylor and Benjamin Black back to receive. Paylor with a chance to return and steps out of bounds after a couple of yards. Unique that Paylor is wearing his collegiate helmet. He's got an NC State helmet on. Everybody else, of course, you know, wear the helmet of their high school team.
How about NC State in the last couple of days?
Let's head down to the South Carolina sideline to Mike Gillespie.
Oh, hey, guys. Hey, it's working now. Cool. So obviously the Shrine Bowl is just a one-day event but for the coaches, this thing started about 10 months ago. Coach Wayne Farmer of South Carolina telling me that they started the evaluation process last February. He and his staff meeting every Thursday night, whittling 110 players down to 44 that you see today, guys.
Thanks, Mike. First play from scrimmage for North Carolina is on the ground, and it's taken by Tyler Mason. Past the first down marker. That's an impressive back, man.
He really is. And what I like about him is he's physical enough. He's not the biggest guy, about 195 pounds, but he is a physical downhill runner that can then run away from you on the back end. Get this, Darren. He scored over 100 touchdowns in his high school career. You talking about putting your head on the scoreboard? Man.
And a state champion. Brown, the motion man. They'll give to Mason again. And the Mount Airy back, unable to get any ground there. Demario Bookhart makes the tackle for South Carolina.
I tell you, there's two schools in this game, speaking about Mason, that have kind of made some noise with what they're doing recruiting-wise. NC State, which I'm sure we'll get into later, but also Virginia Tech they have several guys where Mason is going. You got to love what Brent Pry is doing. And Demario Bookhart, this is a young man from right here in Spartanburg. He's got several offers. To be honest, I feel like he should have more, but I won't even get into the transfer portal and how it's impacting high school recruiting.
2nd and 9 following the slight gain. Neubauer rushed, throws low to try to escape it, and it's dropped incomplete.
And they had essentially a wide receiver screen set up to the left, and then a screen to the back to the right side. Neubauer decides to go to the right with it, but the pressure from Jaden Fuller again coming off that edge. Fuller is an interesting guy. He's on his way to Miami of Ohio. He's a little bit under 6 feet tall. He's about 230 pounds. I think he's going to end up being an outside linebacker type of guy at Miami of Ohio because of the height and not probably going to play defensive end, but man, is he physical and quick off that edge.
Plenty of heart. Named one of the captains for this South Carolina team. Neubauer on 3rd down, throws, and it is off the hands of Jamaris Stevens. Forgive me, that's Hushine flipping.
Good coverage over there by Zantuan Nelson. They call it Zantuan. Guess what they call Zantuan? Boss.
Boss. Not boss, boss.
Boss. And if you're going to play corner, you got to have a good nickname. You know, almost 6'1", about 190 pounds. I like his size and ability. Watch out, this may be a fake here.
Oh, it is. Well, maybe. Nolan Hooser punts it away. And North Carolina. Oh, did they down it? Nope, it's a touchback. Admirable effort to try to down it at the 1. Cutler Adams chased it down.
Cutler Adams gets a little greedy here. He could have caught this ball on the fly and not let it bounce. He tried to really get all the way down to the end, and he stepped into the end zone before he tried to reestablish himself in the field of play, unable to do so, and the touchback. He again, kid's trying to play hard, trying to make a play for his team, got a little bit greedy there.
2.5 minutes left in the first quarter. Javion Martin back out for South Carolina. So differing methodologies for these two sides, as Martin has been the QB the whole way thus far and finds a wide receiver on a screen for the first down. Braylon Staley, maybe not quite enough, stepped out a couple of yards short, actually.
Yeah,
so
good thing
2nd and 2.
If you're North Carolina defensively, good thing that guy was near the sideline. What you don't want is him in open field getting the ability to show off the elusiveness, because he is special with the ball in his hands.
Martin brought down for the sack. Curtis Simpson of North Carolina makes the play, the 3-time Defensive Player of the Year out of Kings Mountain. He's headed to the University of North Carolina.
You know, I look at my notes sometimes when we're doing these games, and the first thing I do is say, what did I write down about the kid? Speed off the edge, and if you don't block him, it's going to be more of a problem. But his ability to come off the edge, and then he does a good, because Martin's an athletic quarterback, the ability to break down and not miss that opportunity to get a sack is very well done.
Now another 3rd down, 10 to gain. Martin pursued as he throws, caught at the sideline, and it's not enough for the first down by a lot, though it did gain a yard or 2. First catch for Jamar Boston, and they're going to punt this one away again. Reggie, you know, neither team has converted a 3rd down yet. That's now 0 of 7 combined.
And basically, the key to this game so far has been a special teams tackle on the opening kickoff, which then resulted in a punt that gave South Carolina a short field.
Paylor with some room. Slips a tackle, spun down at the 45-yard line. A flag comes out from behind the play. Jordan Boyd made the tackle for South Carolina. Another guy out of Silver Buff headed to Georgia Tech.
Look at Paylor, just make some people miss here, and then Mr. Boyd says, nope, no more. And of course, who's in there as well, right behind him, Jaden Fuller.
During the return, holding
receiving team. 10-yard penalty, first down.
And it's a holding against the return team. So North Carolina is going to get backed up by 10 yards. There is an injured player down that's being attended to. So both teams have huddled up on their respective sidelines.
Tell who that is. One of the other things I love about these games, look at the helmets.
Yeah.
Right, the kids bring their own helmets, so they've got different, you see a whole bunch of helmets. The uniform's the same, but the helmets are all different. And I think that's one of the nice things about a game like this.
Jerron Bennett, the player, now up to his feet. A good sign, certainly. I mean, look, this is an exhibition.
Right.
It's a game consisting of the greatest players at the high school level in both of these states. Played for a great cause. The last thing you want to see is somebody suffer a severe injury.
Oh, the other aspect of that, right, as the player goes out from a coaching standpoint, now they got to figure out, because again, these are smaller rosters than probably generally they have. So now you have to figure out who replaces that player on what unit, what personnel group. All of those things are a factor in games like this as well.
It's a handoff. Adams stumbles his way forward, not quite to midfield. That's a gain of 13, enough for the first down.
That's a nice physical run there by Cutler Adams, breaking a couple of tackles. Look at him. He just gets north and south, sees a little bit of a crease, puts that shoulder down, and tries to run through anybody that gets in his way.
It's Antoine Nelson with the tackle for South Carolina, and Cutler Adams, ahead of steam, rips his way through the hole and is brought down after getting past midfield, down to the 48-yard line of South Carolina. And that'll bring us to the end of the first quarter. Low-scoring affair so far in this one. The Shrine Bowl of the Carolinas, with South Carolina leading 3-0 over North Carolina.
Welcome back to the Shrine Bowl in Spartanburg, South Carolina, where South Carolina has a 0-0 lead on North Carolina. A ton of commitments in this game, notable recruits playing in this game today, including 3 who are all committed to the University of South Carolina. Linebacker Kelvin Hunter from West Florence is one of them, as is offensive lineman Josiah Thompson from Dillon and offensive lineman Blake Franks from Greenville. They call it the Great Wall of Carolina, guys. Should be some good ones coming in for Shane Beamer.
Thanks, Mike. Yeah, certainly the Gamecocks do their fair share of recruiting in their home state as Cutler Adams is blown up the second he gets the handoff from Evan Metters for North Carolina to start quarter number 2. And that was a loss of a couple.
It's a nice job by DeAdrian Hall out of York Comprehensive High School. He is an aggressive mindset type of player. Comes up and lays the boom.
Another third down for North Carolina. Metters drops back with 9 to gain for the first. Slings it. And it's knocked down, incomplete. He was looking for William Brown, but the play made by Jaden Kimball, the linebacker, getting back there and elevating to knock it down.
Well, he just showed me exactly what I thought. When I watch him on film, he's not the biggest guy for a linebacker. When I watch him on film, the first thing I said is, he looks more like a safety to me. That play right there he just made, that's a safety type of play at the next level. Somebody's going to get a really good football player. Got to take a chance on that young man.
Out of White Knoll High School. Certainly a skill set that makes you really dynamic at this level. Playing linebacker in the snap. Hooser has to go back and get it. Shakes a tackle. Unbelievably gets a punt off.
And he's going to get a roll.
Inside the 15. How did that happen?
You know, sometimes the joke is made that kickers are not athletes. Look at this. This is an oblong ball that bounces weird. He makes a man miss, and then look at him get the feet back organized and get the punt away. This is really, really actually well done once he collects it by Hooser to get this punt off. That's very nice job. And he flips the field for his team. South Carolina now takes over down at their 12-yard line.
A 39-yard punt. And a handoff for South Carolina. There's Turbo Richard, who's brought down. Let's go down to Mike to get more on Jerron Bennett.
Yeah, hey guys, they just took him to the locker room. Looks like he was in a lot of pain. Looks like his left ankle. He's being taken to the locker room for evaluation.
Great, thanks, Mike. Certainly hope Jerron's okay. Medium gain by Turbo Richard on the carry for South Carolina. They'll go right back to him, trying to slip away from the middle of the line. It's a yard or 2 there, Reggie. Third down on coming for South Carolina.
And this is where now they're thinking, how can we at least flip the field back? You get a couple of linemen coming into the ball game. This is a short yardage type situation. I think you should expect to see some kind of physical running game here. The extra linemen in the backfield. Oh, look at this.
And it's a stuff. Gain of about a half yard on third down. And it brings up 4th and 2.
They had Will Young in there under center to take that snap and hand that football off. But unfortunately for South Carolina, unable to pick up the first down.
Big stop for North Carolina, forces another punt. Paler and Black, as they have been all day, back to receive this one. And a timeout called by South Carolina. prior to their punting it away. They've done this a lot, Reggie, but again, here they are still to this point shutting out North Carolina.
Yeah, and again, in that particular situation, you get a timeout there. They had a couple of guys late getting onto the field. Again, these personnel groupings, some guys forget that they're on this unit or that unit in the special teams game because they may not be used to that. But right now, if you're North Carolina, you're probably thinking we're going to go punt safe here and make sure there's no kind of fake. I doubt that there will be because South Carolina's backed up so far, but there's a chance in games like this. The mindset would be this is the least obvious time to do it, so let's go ahead and try it. So you have to be aware for something tricky here in terms of a fake punt because, again, it's only 2 or 3 yards you need to pick up, but I think North Carolina's going to be more in a punt-safe kind of situation to make sure nothing happens here because they feel like if they just catch the punt, they're going to be in good field position.
Friend zone, plenty of time and space to get it away. Wind caught it a little bit, and it bounces out of bounds at their own 48-yard line. So North Carolina football when we return, 3-0, still the score.
Carolinas. Jeff Taylor here on the sideline of North Carolina. And hey, Nolan Hooser, what a great story. This young man who you just saw punt that ball away a minute ago, he is headed to Clemson in the fall. And I can tell you, the Clemson Tigers, they need some help when it comes to their kicking game. And as Reggie and them mentioned, he set the record for this past season for the most field goals made in a high school career. And it wasn't a very easy kick. And I can tell you the cool part about this story is the fact that most of his kicking skills came from his mom. She was a U.S. soccer team member back in the day, and it was just an awesome story. So congrats to Nolan Hooser, who's heading to Clemson. We're going to send it back to Reggie and Darren in the booth.
Thanks, Jeff. One of a number of great stories on the field in today's Shrine Bowl of the Carolinas, the 87th edition.
Yeah, I had a chance to kind of chat with Nolan on the field before the game, and just a great young man, a pleasant kid. I introduced myself, and he went into yes sir, no sir mode like immediately. And like, look, I respect that. He was raised right, clearly. Nolan, I love you, kid, but I'm not old enough for that yet.
You would like to be given the opportunity to tell him that, though, right?
But I know better, right? Like, he was raised a certain way. He's not going to do it.
Whit Neubauer in at QB for North Carolina, and a pass dropped. They're looking for another wide receiver screen. That time intended for Isaiah Bridges out of Shelby, in North Carolina Central commit.
North Carolina Central's got a few in this game that are all playmakers. He and William Brown as well. You get those two guys on the same field and get them out in space with the football, you got a chance to put some points on the board. I think those two guys are going to be really, really good college football players.
Neubauer out of the shotgun. They're going to try it again. Pass deflected up into the air, and it drops incomplete.
Jordan Boyd, are you kidding me? That was great reflexes to get that 235, 240-pound frame up off the ground to get that right hand up and knock that ball away. That's well done at the top of the screen, number 55. You'll see him flash right there. Look at that play by Boyd. Now, it was nearly caught on the back end, but that's really, really nice job coming off the edge.
Makes it a 3rd and 10 after a couple of incomplete pass attempts for North Carolina. NC 0 for 5 on 3rd down conversions. And Johnny Sowell and company are going to get a timeout.
Timeout. North Carolina. That's their final timeout.
Final timeout of the first half for North Carolina with 11:29 until the break. Well, Reg, the low-scoring nature of this, did you expect that in a game like this?
There was certainly a high probability that it could happen, because I think this defensive line group, really on both sides, is really a good group of players. Both sides, they can get after the quarterback. They've got speed off the edge, and then some big guys in the middle that can also push the pocket and make it difficult to run the football on early downs. And then you get some obvious passing situations, and it allows some of these guys to come off the edge and show that speed. So there was certainly a chance for this because of the ability of these defensive fronts.
Third down, 10 to gain for North Carolina.
And look, in games like this, oftentimes the defense is favored because sometimes just see ball, hit ball is easy enough. Whereas on offense, you need some timing and some rhythm and some continuity in the offensive line as well. Hard to do in a short week.
Neubauer on a quick out was looking for Michael Carlock, out of bounds, and another unsuccessful 3rd down.
Yeah, Zay Johnson out there at that corner spot. Perfect phase, perfect coverage there. Would have been a tight window throw there for Neubauer, unable to get it completed.
Johnson out of Clinton High School, headed to Cincinnati.
Wonder how much that has to do with one Sauce Gardner the last few years at Cincinnati before moving on to the New York Jets, and is already a lockdown defender in the NFL.
Oh, punt nearly blocked. Fair catch called for, and it will be at the 19 for South Carolina. It's a great point that you make. Let's go back down to Mike on the South Carolina sideline.
Yeah, hey guys, it looks like Javian Martin, the quarterback from Crestwood, is coming back out with South Carolina. Really, really cool story. I talked to him a couple weeks ago. He actually started playing football at a very young age, but he started playing Madden even younger. At age 4 years old, his dad would play Madden with him, and he says it helped him learn to read defensive coverages. Unbelievable kid.
That's wild. Thanks, Mike. Reg, how are you on the sticks? Is that how you learned football?
No. I mean, I did play games when I was younger, but for us it was like Tecmo Bowl.
Yeah, I was going to say,
like
you're not necessarily learning how to throw against a cover 2 on Tecmo Bowl.
Right. As you see the handoff here, nice run there. But I want to get back to the Javion Martin story for a second. Now, we just mentioned that he learned how to play on Madden, and his dad, Willie, is also a coach and has coached him for a lot of his career. I think that helps, right? You have that continuity, that bond, and you have that consistency of a person that you don't have to pick up a phone. And this is no disrespect or detriment to coaches, but you don't have to pick up a phone to go ask that random question about playing the game. You just have to walk down the hall, maybe in the house, or look to your left or right on the couch and ask your dad. He's another one of those guys going to North Carolina Central. Think about this, Bridges, William Brown. You could see some plays made up in Durham.
Couple of consecutive runs, by the way, for Trayvon Dunbar. An extension of the drive for South Carolina. Now it's a quick little flip to Dunbar. Hesitation, and he makes his way out of bounds after a gain of a few.
I like Dunbar. his ability at 200 pounds to make plays, if he's forced to go laterally, he figures that out really well, and then he gets north and south as soon as the opportunity presents itself. I like the way he runs with a sense of not panic, but a sense of urgency at all times.
2nd and 6 for the Sandlappers. Martin keeps it himself, waits for a hole, wrapped up and brought down right at the line of scrimmage. He might have gotten a half yard there before 3rd.
Darren, I got excited because I looked up and I saw Turbo Richard in the backfield, number 4. I want to see that kid in space because that nickname, anytime somebody calls you Turbo, like,
it implies a certain capability with space. Martin on 3rd and 6. The play fake, floats it up, and that is picked off. Curtis Simpson with the interception for North Carolina.
Yeah, this is a good job by Simpson, just continuing to sink in his coverage. It looked like Martin wanted a little bit deeper of a route down the middle, and Simpson was just playing that sort of robber underneath in that linebacker spot. Looks like he was trying to get Braylon Staley, didn't get enough on this football as he was on the move, and nice job by Simpson tracking the football and picking that one off.
We mentioned earlier, future Tar Heel at the University of North Carolina, Simpson, putting his stamp on this game in the early going. Evan Metters hit as he throws after the play fake. Got it out there, but a little bit too deep for Truett Manuel.
Boy, Metters stood in there, and he took a big shot for a game like this. I mean, you know, in a regular high school game, he gets, you know, it's probably a little bit more of a hit, but he took a pretty good hit. He stood in there and pushed that ball down the field and gave his guy an opportunity.
North Carolina in plus territory. Paylor receives it on the jet sweep and is brought down deep in the backfield. You mentioned it, Reggie, the front 7 and the collection of players that South Carolina boasts has been really imposing. Amari Jackson on the tackle that time.
Yeah, Amari Jackson makes the tackle, but this play is made by Jaden Kimball. His ability, look at him right there, spills it up the field, and then everybody's there to clean it up. We talk all the time in football about making the tackle versus making the play. That's an example of Jaden Kimball making the play and then allowing some other guys to make the tackle.
3rd and way long, 17 to gain for North Carolina. Metters out on a screen, ankle tackled as Truett Manuel after his first catch.
That's just good defense. That's Boss Nelson. Watch Boss Nelson at the bottom of the screen here. He sees this coming and he attacks. What we always talk about in those situations, if you see a receiver start to give ground in a screen-like environment, what they call it is go step on his toes, which means go right to him right now. Don't give him any space. Close all of the space up. Don't let him get going. That's a great job by Boss Nelson, recognizing what's going on in front of him and making a play.
Hoosiers punt, bounces inside the 10-yard line. And it is down. It'll be South Carolina football from their own 9. The Sandlappers lead the Tar Heels 3-0 here in the 2nd. BMW's Zentra Museum, an 8 million square foot production facility, is just a few miles outside of Spartanburg here in South Carolina. It's the largest automotive exporter plant in the United States, where more than 1,500 vehicles are assembled every day by 11,000 employees. One of the many things boasted by the city of Spartanburg, which, has some notable people who call it home. Zion Williamson, DJ Moore, the Marshall Tucker Band. I love that one. Flip Rosen. Just a lot of fun history here in Spartanburg, and a beautiful facility here in Spartanburg.
Are you kidding me? This may be, I'm being facetious here, there may be 8 million square feet on this campus in this football stadium right now, too. This place is awesome.
Amir Smith on the carry for South Carolina. Trips over his own feet, it looked like, as he received the handoff. Loss of a couple of yards. 2nd and 12. Well, credit to the defenses. It feels like we've talked a lot about special teams because of a field goal attempt for each side, some punts from each side. The defenses have been very, very stout for both squads to this point.
Yeah, I think these defensive fronts in particular have been really good. That's really the first time, I think, that play right there. Nice throw there. Great job adjusting to the football by Avery McFadden. But I think that's the first time we've seen a clean pocket for an extended period of time. I mean, this is really well done. Nice job there. Reads it, sees the one-on-one coverage, and puts it out there. Good ball adjustment and ball tracking there by McFadden. This is a really well-thrown ball by Matthew Wilson. He gave his guy a chance to make a play inbounds, but kept it away from the defender.
And a flag just after the ball was snapped.
False start on the offense.
False start for South Carolina. Well, you mentioned, Reggie, Matthew Wilson, South Carolina making a change at quarterback. And it allowed Avery McFadden to make the play.
I'm going to tell you something. That kid right there, I saw this Georgia State offense in person this season, and I watched them have 2 plays of over 80 yards in the passing game. You add Avery McFadden to that, what they can do, that offense has a chance to put up some points and make some huge plays again next season.
Wilson, quick twitch throw over, and it's tipped up into the air. Wilson, an Appalachian State commit. Does that sound familiar? A quarterback playing for South Carolina in the Shrine Bowl of the Carolinas on his way to App State.
How about this kid, right? Like, he can make all the throws. I love what he can do with his feet. Just a really good football player. Comes out of Rock Hill High School. Another area of these 2 states that just churns out football players like the BMW plant churns out cars, right?
Yeah.
Like, just dudes everywhere.
Wilson drops back, slings it. Back shoulder catch. Christian Zachary inside the 40 on the other end. Another first down for South Carolina, and the Sandlappers have something cooking.
Look at this back shoulder throw. The anticipation, understands the coverage, gives this guy an opportunity. That's well done by Wilson, and great job by Zachary. Reading this properly, sees where the coverage is, understands where the ball placement should be, and reacts accordingly.
Now it's a handoff. Trayvon Dunbar working his way up the middle for a couple of yards. You know, Christian Zachary also on his way to NC State. That's a 3-time All-State player. Another at the wide receiver position. Right? We talked about Jamar Boston earlier, and I mean, it's quite the group.
And oh, by the way, KC Concepcion just won, I believe, ACC Rookie of the Year. Oh, by the way, he's up there. And they just got some quarterback named Grayson McCall as well.
End around run gets enough for the first down for South Carolina. That's Will Young on the carry.
This is a nice job by Will Young. There wasn't a whole lot there in terms of space to get up the field. He finds it and finds positive yards to move the chains.
South Carolina moving the football as well as either side has all day. Moves Deshaun Reeder from one side to the other. And then some movement. Wilson was trying to get the defensive line to move. Instead, it's a false start on the offense. You could see he expressed himself after the fact.
There was a lot going on there because before that he asked something of Reeder, and there was a little bit of an exchange, and then he just grabbed his arm and moved him to the other side. So there was something that Wilson recognized on that particular play. You usually see those kinds of reactions from quarterbacks when they think they've got a chance to hit something big on a particular situation based on the way the coverage looks or the way the alignment is up front to run the football if they're going to do that.
Motion man, it's a handoff. Reeder trying to get to the edge and brought down by his ankles by Landon Callahan, who for much of this game has led North Carolina in that department.
Look, Landon Callahan is playing actually really good football. He gave up a catch earlier in the game off of a jump ball. They came back 2 plays later and tried him again, and he was up to the task and knocked it away. He's been really solid in this game, showing me a lot. Duke's going to have a really good football player.
Second and long, Wilson, an adjustment at the line of scrimmage. Fakes the give, drops back, airs it out deep and overthrows his intended target, which was Jamar Boston.
Jamarcus Smith out of St. Paul's High School is the reason why that's not a touchdown. It's really that simple. His pressure that he was able to put on Wilson there forced him to throw that football about a half a second early, and he wasn't able to get as much air under it to allow the receiver to run under it and make the catch. Boston, I think, he's one of those guys, another NC State commit. He's one of those guys, you put enough air under it, he'll get to it. Unable to right there.
Third and long, 13 to go for South Carolina. A flag in the backfield.
Timeout, South Carolina.
Okay, that will be negated by the South Carolina calling of a timeout. Well, Reggie there, Turbo Richard was in the backfield. I don't know what kind of impact he looks to make on a 3rd and 13, but look, you got to be able to run 13 yards down the field quickly, so presumably he's not out of the equation.
Well, what would have been interesting there, he's out of Northwestern High School in Rock Hill. Matthew Wilson's out of Rock Hill High School in Rock Hill. Do they join forces? I think today they have to, but normally probably not.
Yeah. Is that not one of the cool things about a game like this too? In some cases it's you might be from different areas within a state, but have matched up in the playoffs against one another before. In some cases, you're a crosstown rival, as you just alluded to. All of those dynamics, it's a lot of fun.
The amount of players between Northwestern High School and Rock Hill High School over the years, and Rock Hill South Point as well, the amount of players that have come out of those 3 high schools from that area based on the per capita amount of people that live there is absolutely absurd. I mean, they bleed it, they believe in it. You and I did a game at Rock Hill District 3 Stadium a couple of years ago, and you couldn't move in that place. There were so many people. That is a city that loves their high school football.
Wilson rockets one, and it drops incomplete on 3rd and long. And the streak continues. These two teams now a combined 0 for 13 on 3rd downs.
When you've got really good, smart defensive backs and defensive lines that can find ways to put pressure on the quarterback, that's the result you're often going to get. A day that is tough sledding for offenses.
Looks as if South Carolina is going to try another field goal. Coleman Franzone hit one from 33 yards out early in this game, not even 5 minutes in. And now he stumbles back after the botched play and falls down to the ground. A turnover on downs.
Yeah, we alluded to this earlier, Darren. This is the toughest part of a game like this, because you've got long snapper who may not be here because of their long snapping ability, and I mean that respectfully to all these players. Some guys, that's what they do in high school, and all they do is snap the football. They may not be here for that. They may be here playing another position, and they're asked to be a long snapper. Some of these guys may not have been holders before, and now they're holding. So it's a completely different deal, because that operation has to be on point, if you will, to put points on the board.
Cutler Adams on the first play of the drive for North Carolina loses a yard. Second and 11 with Neubauer with a run over to the sideline to get the play. Immediately rolls, throws with his right. It's knocked down, nearly picked off.
That's a difficult throw, and I think people have to really truly understand that. This is a right-handed quarterback at 6'4", about 230 pounds, moving to his left, trying to throw with accuracy on a corner route down the field. That's not easy to do. And Jaden Kimball once again showing his prowess, finding the football, getting his hand in the way, knocks that one away. I'm telling you, this kid is going to be a really good player as a safety. Somebody better get him.
Third and long, 11 to gain. Neubauer takes it himself and is brought down by Kimball in the backfield.
That's just well done. Kimball again. He's sort of that force guy off the edge. Stays home, quarterback shows up, makes a tackle.
So they're a perfect example of what you were talking about with Jaden Kimball earlier. Linebacker at this level,
right,
projects to be more of a safety. He broke up a pass one play, makes a tackle on the quarterback in the backfield the very next.
Absolutely, because he comes downhill hard. Whoa, high snap there, but Hoosier's able to gather it and get it away before it's blocked as well. He's been really good today.
Yeah,
not only with the leg, but his athleticism,
yeah,
right?
He missed the 52-yard field goal attempt, but man, as a punter, he's had quite the roller coaster.
Hey, Dabo might be getting 2 for 1 here.
So now just 42 seconds left. Look, I think you alluded to it, and the lead up to these games, the preparation, the quick microwaved preparation in this case. Does South Carolina even have something really like drawn up for a 42-second scenario?
Yeah, I'd be very surprised to see a great 2-minute drive. Now, the athleticism and the talent of these kids says yes, but the opportunity to consistently work on it says it may be a little bit more difficult than we expect.
Wilson tries to sling one out deep. Well, he does, just overthrown. There was a flag down at that sideline where Yannick Smith was the receiver.
Yeah, that's Deuce Walker was playing corner. I'll be curious to see here, because Smith may have initiated this contact. We'll see if they get him for offensive pass interference or Deuce Walker for defensive pass interference or potentially holding. This will be an interesting call right here. Coach.
Play first down.
And it is offensive pass interference. I was wondering there if they were going to feel as though the offensive player initiated that contact and then pushed through the contact trying to draw a flag. Deuce Walker out of Salisbury High School. Check this out. His brother is Jalen Walker up at Georgia. His dad, Curtis Walker, formerly the head coach at Catawba. So a young man that really knows and understands the game of football.
Braylon Staley the receiver on a screen pass there, gets it past to the 25-yard line, not quite to the initial line of scrimmage.
Nice job, gets it out there to Staley, and see if you can just get him out on the edge and get going north and south and see if he can make a play. Nice job there, getting some positive yards. But they were so far behind the chains, they're barely back to the original line of scrimmage.
Wilson up the middle. That's caught by Avery McFadden, and he slips to the outside and then lost his footing right at midfield. He had a chance to gain many more yards there.
This is well done. They're just getting vertical up the field. He runs a seam route, makes a nice catch over the middle, makes a couple of extra guys miss, and moves the chains. This is a nice throw here up the seam. Good read, good route, good catch, and then good vision to try to make something happen after the catch.
That's been a nice connection for South Carolina since Wilson entered the game. They connected on that first pass that he threw. That one was for 22 yards up to the 49-yard line. So South Carolina freezes the clock with its last timeout. And 15 seconds here. Reg, is the MO for South Carolina, you try to get it within range for Franzone to get another field goal through?
Well, I think we might see an opportunity for a Hail Mary. You know, we've seen some physical play with receivers and corners throughout this game. So here, if you can find a way to get 15 or so, 10, 15 more yards, then you know for sure your quarterback can get the football in the end zone. With 15 seconds, you could play for a field goal because you probably have at least 2 plays left as well.
Wilson toward the sideline. It is caught and out of bounds. Well done by Yannick Smith on the receiving end.
That's really well done. Just the quick out there. Look at the toe tap, the body control, the athleticism. Really well done, and a nice, accurate throw by Wilson. He put that ball on a line to a spot and gave his guy a chance to pull it in, and they execute.
Wilson here's got an arm that just pops, right? Now at the 40-yard line, 1st and 10. Here it is again, looking for Smith, tangled up. And no flag on the coverage by Callahan.
They're trying to pick on Landon Callahan a little bit, but he's up to the task. Look at him, he says, I'm just putting my sword away. This is fun to watch. I was a corner coming up as a player, and there was probably nobody that talked more than I did on the field.
Oh, no, the guy who talks for a living?
Yeah, well, there's that.
You
right?
don't say.
And so you're going to get tested as a corner, but Callahan, again, he's played really well in this game.
5 seconds, presumably the last play for South Carolina. They go to the sideline, and it's a tackle, a big loss on the screen play to Turbo Richard. A flag out, though. And that screen was snuffed out really quickly by Derek Dandy.
On the offense, that penalty's caught. That's the end of the quarter.
All right, so penalty declined, which brings us to halftime. 3-0, South Carolina in the lead. And Mike Gillespie's going to grab Coach Farmer on their way into the locker room for us here in just a moment. All right, here's Mike with Coach Farmer.
What did you like from your offense in the first half?
Offensively, we doing the ball, driving, had a couple little stops that we, we got to put the ball in the box, but they're doing pretty good.
Yeah, it looks like you were able to get something going there at the end, but just kind of ran out of time in the first half. What can you do to get something going in the second half?
Our biggest thing, we used that timeout that we didn't need to use earlier due to the assignment. So the second half, we just got to establish drives. We got to establish drives, and we got to put the ball in the box. Offensive line's we got to get a better push up front.
I tell you what, defense is swarming today.
Yeah, they're doing a great job. Besides that fold, where they run the ISO on that fold, we've been doing a good job. We got to continue to play that. We get the ball coming out the second half, but we got to establish the drives on offense, put the ball in the box.
Coach, good luck in the second half. Thanks. Guys, back to you.
Thanks, Mike. That is Coach Farmer of the 3-0 leading Sandlappers of South Carolina over the Tar Heels of North Carolina. It's halftime at the 87th Shrine Bowl of the Carolinas. Happy to have you with us. Stay tuned.
Hey there, everyone. Welcome back to Viking Stadium here in Spartanburg, South Carolina. It is the 87th edition of the Shrine Bowl of the Carolinas. I'm Bay Hackle Sports Director Jeff Taylor alongside Mike Gillespie of Bay Hackle Sports. And Mike, one of the cool things the players got to do this week along with the coaches was visit the Shriners Hospital in Greenville, South Carolina. What an experience.
Oh, man, Jeff, yeah. So all this week they've been, doing some really, really cool stuff. But that was probably the coolest, to be able to go see some of the patients in the hospital, to see what they're actually playing for in this game. Jeff, over $75 million has been raised for Shriners Hospital just from this game alone.
Yep, and Bay Hackle Sports' John Treach went along for the ride and along for the visit.
45 minutes from the end zone is the end goal. Shriners Hospital for Children, where 125 players find purpose for their performance. Oh, and they make some memories too.
A cavalcade of the most physically impressive young men in the Carolinas entered like an avalanche and then quickly melted like Christmas snow in the meaning of their mission.
Like my grandmother told me last night, she dones over here every month. I was like, that's a good cause. And when I finally hear, I feel like I'm doing something for her. My dad played in this, my uncle played in this. So like, it feels like I've accomplished something.
100% of the proceeds of this All-Star game go to the Shriners Greenville Hospital, providing innovative specialty care for children. The players took a comprehensive tour of the game plan behind the game-changing technology. From a $1 million radiology setup to a motion analysis center that makes game film look like child's play. There is the Pops Prosthetic Center, where no man-made arm or leg or supportive device can be taken for granted.
I mean, it's just breathtaking. You know, what they have to go through, what their families have to go through, and put into perspective, you know, their lives are as much as ours. And, you know, this hospital does amazing things for them and their family, and it's great to come here and be with them.
These football heroes were humbled.
Oh, nah, you got it.
But then they were activated. The reason for this one-game season, Brandon, age 13, has been a warrior his entire life.
It's pretty much just recovery from the initial paralysis. I was actually paralyzed by a cold that attacked my spinal cord and paralyzed me on my right side. So I've just been coming here on and off, getting braces and whatever therapeutic help I need. It's hugely important. I mean, I wouldn't even be able to walk without the braces they provide and without the initial therapy that I got in the beginning.
His heart may be gigantic, but he'll gladly steal your soul in billiards, ping pong, and video games.
Just seeing how they take care of the kids and get my butt whooped in their game. I'm going to live with that to the day I die because I'm a competitor, I ain't going to lie.
If you're uncertain if every small gesture makes a difference, ask a mom who could take a breath and smile.
It's interesting and fun to see those interactions that he's able to have, and you know, to be able to see maybe where they're going with stuff, and you know, for them to, you know, be so sweet and kind with him is very, very neat.
A 2-hour visit, but once in a while time stops to deliver an invaluable vision for the future.
I got to live with a purpose now, and I think it's a great experience for everybody.
John Treach, Bayhackle Sports.
And our thanks to John Treach for that story. And you know, Mike, to make an impact on the field is one thing, but to make an impact in the community, that's something special.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can't say enough about what those doctors and nurses are doing over at Shriners Hospital, especially over the last couple years specifically.
Yeah, it's such a cool thing to do. Say, hey, listen, we've got a lot more coming up from halftime here at Viking Stadium. The 87th Shrine Bowl will continue with the halftime show right after this. Welcome back to halftime of the 87th Shrine Bowl of the Carolinas. We've got a 3-0 ball game. Not a lot of offense going on right now, but Mike, you know, you kind of expect that in a game like this. You know, the coaches, you get everybody together for a week. It's kind of hard to get it going.
Yeah, so both of the coaches that we talked to this week, you know, that was kind of one of the main things that they brought up. They only get, I think it's 6 practices this week with these guys. So, you know, trying to install an offense in, you know, what turns out to be 6 practices, just a few days, that's really, really hard for these coaches to do. Obviously, you've got different cadences with the quarterbacks. That can play a role as well. We saw a lot of penalties in the first half. Definitely to be expected. I think things will get cleaned up just a little bit. Sometimes it takes a quarter or two to get adjusted.
Yeah, and the message on the North Carolina sideline was calm down. We'll get it together, you know, and just take it one play at a time. It just takes a little. Defense always plays better in these games because there's not as much, you know, I guess, to it. So it's not surprising to see a 3-0 ball game. You know, Nolan Hoosier doesn't miss many field goals. So we talked a little bit about, you know, only having a special ball, and he hasn't had that ball. So I think as they come out in the second half, I think that first 4 or 5 minutes of the second half is going to be important for both teams.
Yeah, it's interesting when you were talking about Hoosier. You know, he's Clemson commit, obviously one of the best in the game, but you know, missing an early field goal, not like him.
Yep. So during halftime, we actually had the Shriner Court King and Queen were announced just a little while ago. So we want to congratulate Wyatt Banks. He was the king, and then Bella Rogers was the queen. So congratulations, a very special moment for those 2 kids. It just goes back to what community means when we talk about this game.
Yeah, no, absolutely, and what this game is all about. I mean, you saw, if you watched our pregame show, you saw that, you know, these players got a chance to go down to Shriners Hospital in Greenville and meet with some of the patients, the doctors, and the nurses. You know, they've been doing this thing since the 30s, 1937, and over $75 million raised for Shriners Greenville, and it's just, you know, the things that they do in that hospital, just absolutely incredible.
It is, and that's just what makes it so special. When you can make an impact on the field and you can make an impact in the community, that's big. So congratulations to you know, Bella and Wyatt on their big day, and I know it's a moment that they'll remember for a long, long time. So congratulations to them. Hey, listen, we got a lot more for your halftime show, and coming up after the break, we're going to meet with Ronnie Blunt. He is the chairman of the board for the Shrine Bowl, and we will do that right after this commercial break. Stay tuned.
Supposed to meet a new baby granddaughter for the first time.
Our TV camera stopped working.
We'll take care
Welcome back to Spartanburg High School in Spartanburg, South Carolina. It is halftime of the 87th Shrine Bowl of the Carolinas. Halftime, 3-0 South Carolina with a very small lead. Now, back in 1974, the East-West Shrine game, you can see where the logo came about. The players visit Shriners Hospital for the Children. That's in San Francisco, California. You can take a look at it there. It's Nicole and Mike Esposito, it looks like. Just what a great logo it is there. And, of course, it just shows all the stuff that the Shriners do for the community and what a big impact this game is in the community. We are joined by Mr. Ronnie Blunt. He is chairman of the board of the Shrine Bowl of the Carolinas. Thanks for your time.
Thank you so much, Jeff and Mike, for letting me be with you today, and thank you for covering this great game.
So we got all these great gentlemen behind us. Just how proud are you of where we're at today? We're talking 87. This is the 87th, game here. How proud are you?
Absolutely. Words can't describe how proud we are of all the Shriners throughout the world, but most especially of those here in the Carolinas. We have a great group here in the Carolinas, and they turn out every year to help put this granddaddy of them all football game on.
Yeah, you can call it the granddaddy of them all. It's really funny, and it is. I mean, 87 years. I've said this a few times now. There aren't a lot of things that are 87 years old that are still, around today. And, this Shrine Bowl, of course, draws them out every single year.
When we talk about history and football and all the things that's going on in our country, even through World War II and Pearl Harbor, this game continued on. And so we are very fortunate to have all these guys behind me that help bring all the volunteers to put this game on. We're, all of our partners like Bay Hackle and BSN and all these people that provide things to make this game come together. And it's a year-long project. It's nothing that happens just overnight.
Yeah. Ronnie, you were saying that you've been involved since 2005, I believe, in the Shrine Bowl.
Absolutely.
What are some of your favorite memories of this game?
We've seen so many great players that have come through, but the biggest thing that stands out in my mind as a memory is when we take them to the hospital. Yeah. All the kids that come in, and I say kids, they're grown men when they make it here. We take them to the hospital, they visit the hospital, they see what the hospital's all about. They get to interact with some of the patients there, and when they come home, it's just a different world. We had a player this year went to the hospital, and I heard a story that he called his mom when he made it back to the hotel and said, "Hey, if I ever win the lottery, they're going to be in it." So that tells you what heart-touching stuff goes on there in Greenville and all over. But, we're very fortunate, and the kids that we have, players we have this year are just second to none. Very well behaved at home, and it starts there, and it just comes here, and it's such a pleasure to have them with us.
So for the fans out there who may not know, all the proceeds from today's game goes straight to the Shriners Hospital. Yep. How special is that? And we talk about the Shriners Hospital, the fact that they take care of people who can't afford it, who may not have insurance, and they take care of these kids, that's pretty special.
When you want the world-class leader in the care that we provide, and you come to Shriners, what people don't realize is it's not just about, the inability to pay if they can't to cover them at the hospital, but it's getting them there. A lot of people don't think about when you got to fly a kid with burn issues to, Cincinnati to be taken care of. We got to get them there, and, whether it's coming from, the far northeast of North Carolina up in the New Bern area going to Greenville, getting those families there, making sure they're comfortable while they're there, and that's all part of the care that we provide.
Yeah, over $75 million. When you hear that number, that's got to make you feel so incredibly happy.
Well, it makes you want to go raise another $75 million because, that's what we're all about. We never find the end of that tunnel, and as long as we can keep providing the best care and the best research to help these young men and women, function better, then that's what we're all about.
When we talk about this game, it's the culmination of a great week. There's some bowl and there's a ceremony and stuff like that. It's just not all about football. How cool is it to see these young men bond and form friendships that are going to last? We've talked to former players who they've been friends for 40 plus years from this game, knowing you're making an impact on these men.
Absolutely. And Spartanburg, South Carolina, such a wonderful place to come and bring these young men in. And like you said, they do make lifelong friendships. We had a little thing in the hotel that was certainly not sanctioned last night, but there was some foot racing going on in the hall, and they do, and it doesn't matter whether it's North Carolina, it's North and South Carolina that bond together, they travel together, they eat together all week. A lot of times they end up at the same colleges. They walk in and the only other person they might know is the one that they met here. So it helps build lifelong friendships that they're able to do business later on after football, because we all know that there's a small percentage that goes all the way, and then that doesn't last forever. So we try to help them understand that there's other things out here for them, and they also have the ability to work with those guys that they met this week.
When you talk about the game itself and the week we've just had with the kids and the players and just all the stuff they've done, that's a week-long deal. But when do you start planning for the 88th edition?
We started talking a little last night, believe it or not. So, you're always looking to do better next year than you did the year before.
Right.
And so with anything, and we've already started planning. We've already got our coaches ready and named for next year's game. They're excited. They're here with us. They'll get announced close to the fourth quarter.
Okay.
So we'll have that already in place. So really the week that we're here, we're on autopilot from planning so much for the week before, the year before. We're already talking about next year and how we can do next year, and hoping that you guys are obviously going to be a part of that with us. But such a great time, and all the players, like I say, each year as we name them, come in and do as best they can.
One final question. How do we get to drive the little cars, dude?
I tell you what, we can get you squared away off air for insurance purposes, of course.
Good.
We get you squared. Hey,
Ronnie Blunt, thanks for your time. Thanks for all you do. Hey, listen, as we continue halftime, we're going to send it to the field and check in on some of the bands. Hey there, everyone. Welcome back to Spartanburg, South Carolina. The Shriners on hand, checking out halftime of the 87th Shrine Bowl of the Carolinas. Hey, we want to make sure you check out the Bayhackle Sports channel on YouTube. Not only do we have tons of high school sports content like the 704 High School Highlight Podcast, The Blitz, and Game On, we also have great stories with celebrity interviews with legends like the Panthers' D'Angelo Williams, the Hornets' Muggsy Bogues, and NASCAR's Rick Hendrick. With so much great sports from around the Southeast, you're sure to hit that subscribe button. Hey, stick around. Coming up after the break, we will go to the second half action, and we'll toss it back up to Reggie and Darren in the booth. Stick around. Second half action coming at you next.
Roddy Player.
The Shrine Bowl of the Carolinas, 3-0 lead for South Carolina over North Carolina. This one's been a bit clunky, a defensive struggle. Reginald Walker, I'm Darren Vaught. We're glad you're with us, and we've got another half of football to go, but the defenses have loomed large in this one.
Yeah, up front has been dominant. Guys coming off the edge, doing a really nice job, keeping things contained. In the world of football we're in now, it's about getting to the edge and some of those zone read kind of principles, getting quarterbacks on the edge as well with their athleticism. Both defensive fronts have handled that really, really well.
So as we dive into the numbers from the first half of action, Reggie, wow, I mean, you look at that. We've got some minuses on there, as in negative yardage in some cases. South Carolina started to string some things together offensively toward the end of the first half when they moved to Matthew Wilson as their quarterback. He connected with Avery McFadden on a couple of long passes, and that's the only reason that that number is up, really. Let's go down to the sideline. Jeff Taylor is going to catch up with Johnny Sowell, the head coach for North Carolina.
Yep, we're ahead with head coach Johnny Sowell. And Coach Sowell, what did you tell your team at halftime? How did they kind of maybe just loosen up a little bit more in the second half and bring it together?
Well, defense playing great for us. We just got to make plays on the offensive end. We just told them it's 3-0. It's one play away. One play away. You know, that's pretty much what we told them. We made a little bit of adjustment, what we had to do offensively. Defense, they're playing great right now.
Is it just tough to get the offense going maybe on a game like this where you've only practiced for a few days?
Well, it's an all-star game, so everybody out here can play.
Got it.
Yeah.
Coach Sowell, thanks for your time. Best of luck second half.
Thank you, buddy.
All right, back to Reggie and Darren in the booth.
Thanks, Jeff. Yeah, I mean, you said it earlier in the first half, Reg, the calm, cool demeanor of Johnny Sowell. He gives Jeff that smirk. It's an all-star game, man. Everybody can play.
Everybody. It's interesting because I had a chance to talk to him as well about this game, and that's the first thing he said to me. And I said, Coach, you know, maybe anybody that kind of impressed you that, you know, jumped off the page to you, you know, because you haven't been around them on a daily basis, that maybe showed you something that maybe you didn't know was there. And he goes, yeah, all of them, because they can all play. and I don't think he was being coy or facetious at all. I think that's honestly how he feels, and that's the type of guy he is. Well, look, this is an all-star game. He's absolutely right. And to that point, all of them can play. How many different times have we mentioned where a kid is committed to play his college football? How many times have we talked about Power 5 level players on this field? I completely understand exactly where Coach Sowell is coming from with that.
It also sort of circles something that during our games of the week throughout the regular season, Reggie, you point to a lot in close games. you implore playmakers to make plays.
Right.
And in a game like this, it could be literally anyone.
Well, and the problem with that is the guys on the other side, good luck.
Yeah.
Because they're good enough to minimize that opportunity, right? It's just this is high-level players competing.
Back into the end zone, Nolan Hooser, go figure. Kicks to a touchback. He's kind of been the player of the game, even though North Carolina is down 3-0. He's just been very involved in this one, the kicker and punter for the North Carolina side. But it will be South Carolina football to open up the second half as they lead at 3-0.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, Matthew Wilson at the quarterback position kind of had something there's a little bit more, seemingly at least, rhythm to this offense down the stretch. Those last couple of drives, he happened to be in there for it. We'll see if he can get it going here early in the second half.
He has Trayvon Dunbar as his back. They fake to Dunbar, give to McFadden on the end around, and he's tripped up after about a 9-yard gain.
And you know what that play's about, Darren? That play, obviously you want to pick up some yards, and they do. But what that play comes down to is slowing this defensive front down of just flying up the field or flying one direction or the other. They're trying to slow down the pursuit, make those guys think for a quarter of a second, and then create some creases by moving the football north and south off of that.
Dunbar stopped at the line of scrimmage. Kept pushing, though. Gets maybe a half yard, not enough for the first, but this is going to be 3rd in inches. Both teams have combined 0 for 14 on 3rd downs in the first half, and there is Dunbar with the first 3rd down conversion for either side.
Let me tell you why that's a feat. 2 guys inside there right on that play were Debo White, 300 pounds, and Nnamdi Ogboko, 330 pounds. You had a couple of big guys playing on that defensive front. It's just a 3-man front for the most part. And those guys did the job up front, but there they were unable to keep from allowing South Carolina to get a first down.
A hurdle on the run for Amir Smith. And he picks up 7 yards on the carry.
Good job by Smith there. Sees a crease, gets north and south immediately with a little jump cut. Picks up positive yards. Good job, good vision. And then the athleticism with the jump cut.
South Carolina trying to replicate that bit of momentum offensively it had to close out the first half. Another handoff up the middle. Again, Smith gets a couple of yards there. It'll be 3rd and 1 with South Carolina trying to extend the drive. They lead 3-0.
That's what it's going to come down to. Who can sustain and then finish a drive here in the second half? And you saw all 3 receivers checking with the official about their alignment.
There's a handoff. Turbo Richard up the middle, might have gotten just enough, and he does. Consecutive 3rd downs converted for South Carolina, but those are earned really on 1st and 2nd down, right? They convert on 3rd and inches and then 3rd and 1.
You have to win first downs, especially in a game like this. Because if you don't, you get predictable on 2nd and 3rd down with obvious passing situations. These pass rushers, these defensive guys up front start getting after the quarterback. They don't think about anything else. They just look, pick a spot in the backfield and say, I'll meet the quarterback there.
1st and 10 for South Carolina. Play fake. It goes up the middle and is thrown right into the cluster of linemen. Drops to the ground, incomplete.
Looked like big Henry Hicks had an opportunity for an INT. kid that is sort of slightly under-recruited. There it is. Keenan Hatcher gets his hand up and bats that ball away, and then Henry Hicks out of Northampton County High School, unable to get the interception there. He's an interesting kid, wants to be an engineer. He's looking for an opportunity. A big hit there on the back end of that play. Wow. See Wilson rolls out there, gets it out there quickly. Almost a broken tackle, and then, Mr. Brooks out of East Bladen High School, all 235 pounds, shows up in a bad mood, puts him down.
Another third down for South Carolina. This one less manageable at 8 yards to go. Wilson for sure throwing here. Gets rid of it quickly, and it's incomplete. Benjamin Black on the coverage for North Carolina. Keeps it away from Christian Zachary. It's 4th down.
Yeah, how about Ben Black on this play? They try to get Zachary up the sideline. Look at Black, he's right in phase. Now they could have potentially, in those situations, is a lot of times the officials, they anticipate, and because his head didn't come around, sometimes they throw that flag. But he was in a situation where the contact, if there was a whole lot there, was pretty negligible in terms of the impact on the play. I think that's a good no call by the officials.
Fran zone to punt it. Black late to get back in the return formation. Picks it up and has a chance to return. Nowhere to go, though. Gang tackled just past the 20-yard line, so it goes back to North Carolina here in the third quarter. 10:48 left in the stanza. 3-0. South Carolina leads. Back with you at the Shrine Bowl of the Carolinas. A lackluster run play, the last play of the game before teams headed to their respective huddles. Corbin Kerr trying to get to the edge for North Carolina, gaining a few, but you see all those white and red jerseys chasing him down. 3-0 South Carolina leads, third quarter, 10 minutes, 11 seconds remaining in the quarter. It has been all about these defenses and special team units to this point with Reggie Walker. Darren Vaught, happy to have you with us. At the 87th edition of this special event.
That's a long time. That's a lot of these games.
Out of the timeout, Kerr again, this time a conventional handoff, and again bullied as he gets to the line of scrimmage, though he stayed on his feet.
And that bothers defenders, right? When they show up like that and you don't go to the ground. And there's some talking going on out there now as well. Always love that, as long as it's in good fun and it doesn't escalate. I don't have any problem with a little, as they say, chirping going on down on the field.
Well, the back there, Corbin Kerr, a tough guy out of Wallace Rose Hill High School. He's actually part of his local volunteer fire department.
That's just different.
Evan Matters on the drop back. Incomplete as it drops in front of his intended target. He's looking for Truett Manuel again. And it brings up 4th down for North Carolina.
I'll tell you what, Kirk Ferentz may want to keep his eye on this game. He's known to have some punters that are effective.
Nolan Hooser skies it, flips the field.
You knew I was going to take a shot at another Big Ten team.
Inside the 35 where it's down. Let's go down to Mike Gillespie.
Officially out for the game after injuring his left ankle. Jerron Bennett from Sumter High School out for the game. Tough break for that kid. He is an outstanding young man.
It sure is. Thanks for the update, Mike. That something that we said it the first half, you hate to see. Injury like that obtained in a game like this that is majorly it's celebratory. Offense back out on the field for South Carolina. Javion Martin is the quarterback. He hands Avery McFadden on the end around, reverses field a second time. He's got room. Can he get to the edge? He's out of bounds just past midfield. A 20-yard run to start the series for the Sandlappers.
This is well timed, and they understood the situation. Now they get it bottled up here, but this is the athleticism, and now you're wondering, where's the backside pursuit? Did they overrun it? Most of them did. Deuce Walker stays home enough to keep from creating a huge play down the sideline.
Now South Carolina in plus territory, but a flag down.
Yeah, they broke the huddle with 12, and they tried to run a receiver off, and he did not get off the field. But it doesn't matter. You can't get, if you break the huddle with 12, or you get into formation, if you will, with 12, it's automatic. Jamar Boston unable to get off the field. Not suggesting it was his fault, but obviously somebody's got to run off, and he was the guy sort of stuck with his hand in the cookie jar.
Loss of 5, 1st and 15. Some room up the middle for Turbo Richard to run. Gain of 7. A reminder of the specific rules for this one. We have a close game in the second half, so the second one there applies. There will be no overtime if the score is tied at the conclusion of 4 quarters. One set back in the backfield in addition to the quarterback. 4 15-minute quarters. We're down to 7:30 to play in the 3rd quarter. Martin on 2nd and 8. Goes long. And no, it's not caught. It was right there and just bobbled by Braylon Staley.
He did everything he could. That's a tough catch to make. Kind of over the shoulder, going to his left. Maybe worried about the sideline as well. This ball is really well thrown. It's just a difficult catch. He's unable to make it. Lays out. Got to give him credit. Landon Callahan, good coverage again.
Now 3rd and 8. Martin goes to his right. McFadden on the screen. Oh, I thought he was going to get out of trouble's way, but he slipped in the backfield. That is some shiftiness that he has put on display.
Yeah, he shows some electricity, that's for sure. I believe I said Wilson a moment ago. It's Martin was in there, quarterback.
Coleman Franzone to punt it away again. Jonathan Paler, Ben Black to receive for North Carolina. Baylor's direction. And down inside the 15-yard line. So North Carolina will take over at their own 14 when we return. Still looking for their first points of the day. As we look at some of the old game programs from the Shrine Bowl of the Carolinas, we are reminded just how long this thing has been going on. 87th edition of the Shrine Bowl of the Carolinas. Fun to look back at the designs of all of those game programs and some facts about the Shrine Bowl of the Carolinas. Reggie, I don't think we're matching the 2000 Shrine Bowl with that 66 combined points between the two teams at 3-0 now.
Wow.
William Brown, the motion man for North Carolina. Whit Neubauer at quarterback. Oh, a fumbled mesh point. Neubauer falls on it, though, and prevents it from being a turnover, but a loss of yardage.
In a game like this, with this score the way it is in a tight game, South Carolina picks this up and turns this into a touchdown. That might be sort of the capper, right? Like, I mean, it's just been a defensive struggle. The last thing you want to do is turn the football over inside your own 20-yard line.
Neubauer back to throw, hit as he throws, it's down on the ground, and incomplete is the call. William Brown of North Carolina looked to have fallen on the fumble had that been the case anyway.
And this is just, they just don't get Shea Thompson blocked off the edge. He just, too much speed over there working against number 74, Kai Greer. And he gets a big hit on Neubauer. Wow.
Thompson, an East Carolina commit out of Hilton Head High School.
He's going to fit right in that defense. That's you know, you look at East Carolina as a team. I did a couple of their games this past season. You know, you look at their record and it doesn't look great, but you look at what they do on the field defensively. He's going to fit right in as once again this South Carolina defense creates a negative play, not allowing the screen to get going at all.
Kelvin Hunter with the tackle. A South Carolina Gamecock in his future.
I tell you, that's an area of the country, an area of the Carolinas that I think if you're not from South Carolina, you forget about that. Florence, West Florence, Hartsville, Darlington area, there's some really high-level football in that area.
Nolan Hoosier punts out of his own end zone. Wow, gets it across midfield. McFadden maybe overplayed the return, but a good punt for Hoosier again, nonetheless. Reg, you talk so much about the field position battle. And again, this is an all-star game. This is largely an exhibition. It is a celebration of the careers that these guys have had. But these teams want to win this game. And in reference to field position in that battle, Nolan Hoosier is really doing a great job of keeping North Carolina in it.
Especially the one earlier in the game, and I believe it was in the second quarter. The snap goes over his head. He retrieves it off of bounce, makes a guy miss, and then punts the football and pins South Carolina deep inside their own 15-yard line.
Dunbar spins around a man, knocked out of bounds. A lot going on that 8-yard carry.
This run right here this is one of the more exciting medium gain runs that you will see with all the guys that he made miss.
2nd and 2 for South Carolina. It's Turbo Richard right up the gut. And ripped down to the ground, but forward progress, I think, is going to give him enough for the first down. It does. Derek Dandy made the tackle for North Carolina.
Dandy's another one that's going to be really good in Brent Pry's scheme. Playing that linebacker spot, Brent Pry taking over at Virginia Tech. I think he's going to build something. And they're going to have some seasons, much like they did with Frank Beamer, where defensively they're dominant and offensively they have playmakers. And I think Virginia Tech's going to be pretty good in the next couple of years.
Wilson off of the play fake, airs it out. He's got his man. Touchdown, South Carolina. Christian Zachary on the receiving end.
It all starts with the route, and then obviously the throw has to be there as well. But this is a nice job on the route by Zachary, just working up the middle of the field. You'll see him come from the left-hand part of your screen. It's just a seam route, and he gets over the top immediately. He gets on top of the defensive back, Trey Mittman III. And once he's over the top, you're not catching him from behind. And then Wilson drops it right in the bucket for a touchdown.
Franzone's extra point is true, and it makes it a double-digit lead, a 2-score lead for South Carolina here at the Shrine Bowl. 42 yards on the throw and catch from Wilson to Zachary.
State commit just runs a seam route essentially, and nice job there understanding. And he says, I just hit it out of the ballpark off of a tee, but he didn't take it off a tee. He tossed the ball up and said he's swinging for the fences, gets the touchdown. That's good job by him. The body control with the body lean, reading the football and bringing that one in for a touchdown.
And with 3.5 minutes remaining in the third quarter, we did it. We have our first touchdown scored for either side.
Or do you call that a tutty?
You could. You could. I know you would. I don't know. I don't know if I can pull off tutty.
It's not my thing either. I thought you might be willing to go there. I am not.
Franzone to boot it away. North Carolina now trailing by 10. Needs a response. They let it bounce. That was supposed to be Paylor's. Instead, Landon Callahan takes off with it and gets past the 30 before being shoved out of bounds.
Those situations are always interesting, right? In special teams, that ball hits the ground, and if you're on the coverage team, sometimes you see that and you get out of your lanes and lose the integrity of the lane discipline, right? So that ball bounces, and as a coverage guy, you start just running to the football instead of staying in your lanes. All of a sudden, you get a little bit out of your lane, and then you give up a nice return there. And all of a sudden, yeah, North Carolina's struggling offensively in this game. Solid field position.
Evan Metters gives to Cutler Adams, nothing doing. And it's been that kind of day for the run game for North Carolina. Adams, just to that point, is the leading rusher for North Carolina. That was his 7th carry. He has 18 yards.
The South Carolina defense, especially in the linebacker area, they're not all that big, but they are fast and they show up quickly. Makes it really, really hard to run the football.
Metters rolls on second, looking up the middle. Had a couple of guys there, and William Brown got mixed up with Jonathan Paylor.
Yeah, Brown and Paylor were in the same area. They're talking it through now. Somebody absolutely, I don't think they were both supposed to run a seam 3 yards apart, so somebody's certainly not on the same page there.
Now a 3rd and 11 for North Carolina. The Tar Heels yet to convert on a 3rd down in this game. They're 0 for 10. Up the middle, Metters overthrows Paylor with some contact as he went up for it. Incomplete. It'll be 4th down and 11.
Yeah, DeAdrian Hall was back there in that safety spot and had one of those opportunities for a big hit. And the conversation that is going to be had with Metters from his coaching staff, hey, if you're going to throw that football over the middle like that, you throw that thing down and let your guy go down and get it. Don't have him get up in the air and take a shot like this. And listen, it's not intentional. He's trying to make a throw and get a completion and create a big play for an offense that really hasn't had a lot of success moving the football, but that pass got a little bit high and away from him, and it's going to fall incomplete, but Paylor took a hit.
And South Carolina calls a timeout. So if you're North Carolina in this kind of game, Reg, you're starting to maybe feel like you're running out of time. I mean, there's still a 15-minute 4th quarter to be played, but because of the type of game that this is, I mean, 10 points as a deficit feels like a steep mountain to climb.
I'm going to simplify this for you. This is 4-down territory. I think you're in 4-down territory right now. And here's part of the reason why. South Carolina's also had some success running the football, and also the inability to create something you might need to go for it on 4th down to create a spark for your offense. I don't think they're going to do it, but I would go for it here.
Punt unit is on the field. Nolan Hooser in formation anyway to theoretically kick one away. There he does it in practicality.
That's a boomer.
Yeah, boots it past McFadden inside the 10, inside the 5, down at the 4-yard line. Let's go down to Mike Gillespie on the South Carolina sideline.
Well, hey guys, yeah, you saw Christian Zachary's touchdown there and his talent on display. The only touchdown in this game so far, but you know who was really happy? South Carolina's coach, Wayne Farmer, who's also Christian Zachary's high school coach at Calhoun County, guys.
Yeah, something that in all the hullabaloo, I should say, of that being the first touchdown scored. It was lost on me. Coach Farmer getting to coach his own guy in this game. That guy gets a touchdown. Pretty big moment for Calhoun County as the run is stuffed by North Carolina's defense. There's Henry Hicks again. You talked about him earlier.
Yeah, he's an interesting kid. He's sort of under-recruited right now, looking for an opportunity. You see him come up here and make this play off the backside. He just comes parallel down the line of scrimmage like you're taught when he goes away and makes that play. Wants to be an engineer, wants to study engineering. Very interested in potentially going to school up north, Pitt, Penn State, those kinds of schools. Right now, a little bit, I think, under-recruited, but we'll see if he can get an opportunity. Comes from a great family, really, really good people. They just want what's best for him and him to have an opportunity to continue to play the game he loves.
Couple of rushing plays for South Carolina. Trying to get it away from their own goal line.
And North Carolina trying to rip at that football right there. There's a massive humanity there, and they come out with it, but the forward progress stop there may be what the officials deem to be the reason that that's not going to be ruled a fumble.
On third down, aired out deep, Callahan picks it off as it was overthrown, and it goes back to North Carolina. Landon Callahan's had himself a day.
Yeah, he really has. He's approaching or over double digits in tackles, as well as now getting the interception. This is really, really well done. Stays over the top of the route. He understands that it's a fade route, stays over the top of Avery McFadden, and then when the ball goes up, he just tracks the football and goes and makes a play on it.
Another opportunity for the Tar Heels. Neubauer on the first down, a give. A rush for no gain. It'll be 2nd and 10.
Also, Darren, that goes back also. And we'll talk about it in the fourth quarter as South Carolina has extended their lead here in the third quarter. The touchdown by Christian Zachary extends the lead to 10-0. South Carolina with the lead in the Shrine Bowl of the Carolinas.
On to the fourth quarter we go of the Shrine Bowl of the Carolinas. North Carolina with some good field position, but still searching for their first points of the day following a Landon Callahan interception. The future Duke Blue Devil has made quite the impression on this game with Reggie Walker. I'm Darren Vaught. We're glad you're with us. From their own 45-yard line, it's 2nd and 10 for North Carolina with Neubauer, joined by Tyler Mason, the running back. Picks up the snap off the ground, got rid of it, and it is incomplete. Neubauer lucky, A, to get rid of that football, Reggie. B, lucky that it dropped with not a defender around it.
Yeah, you got to protect that football. Make sure you don't turn it over. This offense has really struggled, particularly in the passing game. This defensive front from South Carolina has done a good job creating pressure by getting penetration and pass rush throughout this game.
Neubauer Delays, runs up the middle, and finds a few yards for himself on 3rd and 10. Now closer to midfield, maybe a chance for North Carolina to go for it on 4th. And just as I say that, they send out the punt unit and Nolan Hooser.
Well, I think the thought here is, can Hooser again pin this South Carolina team deep? And then maybe they get a stop or create a turnover to give themselves an opportunity to put a touchdown or some points on the board.
Avery McFadden back deep for South Carolina. North Carolina, by the way, Reg, now 0 for 12 on 3rd downs. And a whistle.
Timeout.
Oh, a timeout called by South Carolina prior to the kick.
Yeah, you wonder if they either thought there might have been a fake coming there, or if they're trying to set up some kind of a specific return, or they see something that they can create something off of.
Well, based on the way this one's panned out, Reg, whether or not they're going for it here, what do you think that North Carolina needs to do better, more, in order to chip away at this 10-point lead South Carolina has?
Yeah, I think they've got to try to maybe get the ball quick to the receivers, maybe some wide receiver screens, see if they can get something going there. They've had some issues with timing with those because of the penetration by this defensive front. But I think if you can get 1 or 2 of those passes off and get them out there in space, let your athletes go make a play for you. See if somebody can just individually make a play. Paylor's one of those guys that rings to mind as a guy you want to get an opportunity to.
Hooser, another booming kick. McFadden, fair catches inside the 15, so another long field for South Carolina.
Yeah, long field for an offense that they have hit some big plays in this game, right? You look at what they've done offensively, about 180 yards passing, but McFadden's got one that's almost a 40-yarder, 37 yards. Zachary's got a 43-yard catch. Yannick Smith has a 27-yard catch. So they've been able to get some chunk plays. They just haven't been able to string them together consistently to put a lot of points on the board in this game.
Javion Martin back out as the quarterback. First play from scrimmage, a handoff. Trayvon Dunbar not quite back to the 20-yard line. It's a medium gain for him. He's now over 60 yards on the day, right around 6 yards a carry.
Turned out to be a solid day for him rushing the football, and it's really helped this offense, particularly late in the first half and here in the second half, have some semblance of rhythm and consistency of moving the football.
They'll give to Dunbar again, and he's wrapped up in the backfield for the tackle. It's Brooks again for North Carolina.
Of course, right after we say they've had some success running the football, what happens? You get a minimal game play. These defenses are not going to go to sleep. They're going to continue to make plays in this game.
3rd down, 3 to go. A long 3. You could get away with calling it 4.
No, you can't.
Martin pitches.
What a tackle. I don't know if it prevented a first down, but that was a really nice job shooting through there by Trey Mittman. Watch him here. He recognizes it and gets there quickly and forces a 4th and very, very short. Nice play there by Trey Mittman III.
Now this, Reg, is relatively deep into your own territory if you're South Carolina. A bit of a risk to go for it, no?
Absolutely. You got a 10-0 lead as well. You continue to sit on that lead when your defense is playing so well that North Carolina's offense hasn't really done anything offensively.
They give. No, it's a fake. Javion Martin takes it to the outside himself and falls forward for the first down.
That's why Wayne Farmer wins a whole bunch of games and I'm sitting up here. This guy knows what he's doing. I like this call. You get a little bit of a zone read look. You put the defender in conflict. He can't be right. Quarterback Javion Martin doing a great job with his feet, picks up the first down.
Now Turbo takes it off tackle to the right. Gain of about 4, maybe 5 yards. So a gamble that pays off on 4th and short for South Carolina extends the drive. And now, I mean, look, they're going to run it. This clock's going to continue to run.
Tick, 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 tick.
North Carolina running out of opportunity. It's another handoff. Dunbar sidesteps a man in the backfield, gets a yard falling forward. And now it will be 3rd and 4 for South Carolina.
And as you say that, Darren, right, we're down under 10.5 minutes in this game, and the question becomes, in a 2-possession game, are there even 4 more possessions in this football game? I'm telling you right now, the way that both of these defenses have played and the way that South Carolina now is running the football and being a little bit more deliberate getting to the line of scrimmage, I'm not sure that there are 4 possessions left in this game.
It's a pass. No, it's not. Wow, rushing in for the sack is Debo White.
Debo White, nice job. Works up the field off of the tackle there and then steps down inside in a nice, clean, physical play to get the sack on the quarterback. That's a huge, huge situation right there to get off the field. And now, oh, by the way, if Paylor can get his hands on this punt and get it going, he may be able to make this a 1-possession game in an absolute hurry.
Big play from a big playmaker for North Carolina. Paylor's going to have a chance to return this. Tightrope at the sideline, and he's knocked down just past the 40-yard line. North Carolina down 10, looking for its first score here in the 4th quarter at the Shrine Bowl of the Carolinas.
When I go back home to my dad's house, or when I go back to my mom's old place, like I still see the Shrine Bowl picture hanging up. So it was always a great memory, and it was a really good time for me because you know, during that time playing the Shrine Bowl was a big honor. You know, the All-American Bowl was just coming out, so the Shrine Bowl was like the big deal, and if you were from the Carolinas to play in.
Or an improvise.
10-0 South Carolina in the 4th. Let's check in with Jeff Taylor on the North Carolina sideline.
Hey guys, yeah, you know, if North Carolina's going to make a comeback, you got Evan Metters under center playing quarterback. I can tell you, I've watched this guy quite a few times this season. The man can perform under pressure. Final game of this regular season, he beat Weddington 24-20, and Weddington went on to win the state 4A championship. The young man's going to Air Force. Let me tell you what, he can perform under pressure. We'll see what he can do here.
After the play fake, tosses up the middle and finds Jonathan Paylor. Right on cue, Jeff Taylor. Evan Metters delivering on first down.
Jeff Taylor always delivers, pun intended there. Just like you mentioned Metters did, but you know, Metters is one of those kids that he's just gonna find a way, right? Like it's not always gonna be the gaudy stat line, right? Because he's willing to do whatever he's got to do. So if that means there's nothing there on a play, he'll throw it away. Like he just makes good decisions with the football, and he can make every single throw, and he can run as well.
Start on the offense.
Some early movement
Play second down.
on the offense, so North Carolina will back up for 5 of those 7 yards gained on the completion by Metters, who struggled through injuries for a lot of the season, much in the beginning of the season. Marvin Ridge had high expectations, and that sort of altered their record. Here's Metters taking off with his feet, shakes a tackle, but not enough to evade Boss Nelson.
Yeah, you wonder there if maybe some timing was off, but this was basically, I think, it ended up looking like maybe they wanted to go misdirection in the hope that the backside defender didn't stay home and Metters could take off the back edge, but good job by the South Carolina defense staying home, and they create the negative play.
3rd and 12 for North Carolina. Metters to pass, launches it up the middle, had Paylor, and it's dropped, incomplete.
Yeah, they wanted that one. That would have been huge because that would have been Paylor in space with the football, and that's when it can get really, really electric. Look at this throw. Paylor just unable to bring it in, but I think he was looking for an opportunity to get going after the catch, unable to bring it in.
Another punt opportunity for Nolan Hooser. I don't think he thought he was going to be used so much today.
Not as a punter. I think he thought field goals and extra points would work, but not punts.
Cutler Adams downs it at the 17-yard line. That's where South Carolina will take over. Credit to South Carolina's defense. That's now 0 of 13 on 3rd downs for North Carolina. With a really good chance at their first conversion on that last play. Just a hair too high for Jonathan Paylor to pull in.
You've got to extend and finish drives, and the main way to do that, you can't get to the finish until you get to the extension, and the extensions come on 3rd downs.
Turbo Richard runs through a tackler or would-be tackler in the backfield, makes his way forward for a 7-yard gain.
That was a nice cut there by Richard. He was trying to work to the right. Saw too much going on that side in terms of defenders and the wrong color, so he goes the other way. A little quick glide cut backside, picks up good yardage to set them up for a 2nd and very, very manageable 3. And they are taking their time now to get that play signaled in.
10 on the play clock. Wilson gives again to Richard, who spins out of the way and is then gang tackled. After about a yard gained, it'll be 3rd and short.
It'll be interesting to see when Coach Sal starts to, if he does, starts to use those timeouts down the stretch here. Again, a 2-possession game. You're heading towards 6 minutes. Tell you what, South Carolina trying to salt this one away.
Wilson shoves it in the direction of Richard. who got underneath the man and dove parallel to the ground, getting just enough for the first down. So it's the third down conversion of the second half for South Carolina. Those are the only 3 we've seen all day.
And they're coming at the most critical times in the third and fourth quarter, particularly this one, under 6 minutes to go. You figure, depending on just running the football and letting that clock continue to run, whether or not North Carolina starts taking timeouts, maybe under 4 minutes, probably under 3 minutes by the time something has to happen in terms of a fourth down type of decision.
Another carry by Richard. Jaden Baptist makes the tackle for North Carolina. We haven't talked about him much. Great season for Pinecrest High School.
He's another one of those guys that may end up playing safety at the next level, depending on his ability to change directions in space and play with speed. He may find himself as a safety with an opportunity to grow and develop as a player there.
South Carolina keeping it on the ground. Another short gain. Now it's going to be 3rd and 7 for them.
And Darren, this ball doesn't essentially have to be snapped until we're under 4 minutes to go in this game. If they pick up this first down, that's pretty much all she wrote, because there's just not going to be enough time for 2 scores in this game unless something absolutely unpredictable happens.
Wilson throws. Yannick Smith near the marker, jukes his way out of bounds. He got enough, and it extends the drive.
This is a good timing throw. Gets it out quickly, gives his receiver a chance to make a play. Landon Callahan trying to come up and make the stop, but he's unable to keep him from getting the first down. That's really well done by Yannick Smith.
First and 10, and they go back to the run. Dunbar being chased in the backfield, works his way forward right to the 40-yard line, and now a timeout will be called by North Carolina. Running out of time with 3:29 remaining in the fourth quarter. 10-0 lead for South Carolina at the Shrine Bowl. Four trophies there to be given out after the conclusion of today's game. It's an offensive player of the game and a defensive player of the game for both North Carolina and South Carolina's sides. Be sure you stay with us for the post-game show. As South Carolina on second down airs it out. Matthew Wilson has it dropped, looking far down the field to Jamar Boston.
Yeah, I think on that particular throw, he should have probably, in my opinion, if you bring that ball more to the inside and keep it away from the defensive back, there was no safety in the middle of the field. This throw right here, bring this more towards, more away from the hash, I should say, towards the middle of the field. I think you're able to complete that one, and it's a walk-in touchdown. Coach Farmer going for the knockout shot right there.
Deuce Walker on the coverage, did a nice job with his positioning. Now 3rd and 8 for South Carolina. Wilson's going to throw again. That one on a line. Smith can't squeeze it. Landon Callahan makes the play, but out comes a flag.
And Callahan cannot believe it, nor could Rondell Carter, the safety out of Chambers. That to me, Darren, that just looks like two guys going up to make a play on the football.
Like they have all day. That's been a fun matchup to watch, Smith and Callahan.
It really has. Two really, really good football players. Looking forward to watching those guys develop at the next level.
Bit of a lengthy talk about this one.
I wonder if they're going to pick this one up. I think they're going to enforce it.
Personal foul, face mask on the defense, 15-yard penalty.
A face mask.
Did not see that, so maybe he got his hand up in the face mask when they were going up for the jump ball, so that would be the penalty there. We'll take another look at it. This is, look at our crew. This is a great job. That's on the top of the helmet. Maybe that right hand, but I thought that was on the top of the helmet. I didn't see a whole lot there.
And how much forgiveness is a defensive back given, Reggie, if the hand is moving in the direction of the football, right? Like there was a legitimate attempt to deflect the ball with the hand, and a lot of touching of the head there is kind of incidental.
Yeah, but you can touch the top of the head. You can't grab the face mask. And so I'm curious, maybe they felt like there was something in the face mask because of the way the head turned. But I think a lot of that, to me, it looked like, at least from our vantage point, great job by our crew. That was a great shot of the play. It really looked like just a hand on a helmet there.
South Carolina now growing more and more content to run it out. Consecutive carries for Turbo Richard, a juke into some space, followed by a stiff arm. Rondell Carter makes the tackle, slinging him down after another gain of a couple.
There was a very, very intelligent, high IQ football decision there by Turbo Richard. As he got near the sideline, he basically tried to sit down so as not to go out of bounds. Watch this right here. You see him right here? He just sits down. He just accepts that the play is dead with the mindset of, I don't want to go out of bounds. I'm going to force them to do exactly what they did, which is burn a timeout.
To 2:20.
A little bit of chatter between teams en route to getting them to their huddles here for this timeout called by North Carolina. So it stops the clock at 2 minutes, 20 seconds. This is a third down coming up for South Carolina.
Well, we saw him throw it on a couple of downs earlier.
Yeah.
I don't think the down or distance matters right now for Coach Wayne Farmer. I think he's looking for an opportunity to maybe hit something big and close this game out that way. I think he's going to stay aggressive here.
chance to further ice this one for South Carolina. Wilson out of the shotgun. Goes to his right. That's Staley. Tightrope block. A step back. And he's into the end zone for the touchdown.
Braylon Staley says, I am him, and young man, you are. Look at this catch, makes one man miss, and then another freeze of another defender, and then the speed to pull away. That's a big time play to close this one out. And I tell you what, you add this guy to what Josh Heupel and that offense at Tennessee can already do. You see some plays like that at the college level, look out. This young man is going to put up big numbers. That's the reason why you had a feeling he had a chance to do something special in this football game, and he showed that talent right there.
They're going to redo the kick here, it looks like, by Franzone. Well, the South Carolina sideline being consulted to accept or decline a penalty, though we haven't seen the signal there yet. 41 yards on the touchdown pass from Wilson to Staley. Matthew Wilson now 8 of 14, 163 yards and a couple of scores.
Making a case.
Making a case. We did showcase 4 trophies.
On the defense, replay the try.
And look, I'm gonna pat us on the back as well. We said Braylon Staley in this game.
Yeah.
Got to keep an eye on.
Yep.
It eventually worked itself out.
McFadden to hold. Franzone to kick. It's down and through. The extra point makes it 17-0 South Carolina. I'll give you some credit too. That was Wayne Farmer's knockout punch. You called for it. You got it. I mean, Staley made an incredible play.
And that's the other thing we talked about, right? Like sometimes you got to just lean on a guy to just go be different for a minute. And that's Braylon Staley's ability. He's got the ability to just go be different, right? And that's big time right there. It shows you why he's, from what we understand, he's on his way to catch up with Josh Heupel and get ready for the bowl game. Little bowl practice, which is, I think that's a little bit of a cheat code. Legal.
Yeah, it's a loophole, a little bit of a loophole.
For college coaches, right? You bring a kid in, you let them go through bowl practice, then they come in January, they go through winter conditioning, they go into spring ball where you install again. That's why they're ready to go the following fall as true freshmen, because they've had a chance to get 30 practices or so in as a college football player and really get themselves, acclimated to what's going on. You get the winter in the weight room and the conditioning work done as well. Get the body ready for a college football season. You got to give a lot of credit to these college coaches and the players for being willing to make that sacrifice and put it all together.
In black on the return for North Carolina here. In between the hashes, brought down just past the 20-yard line. Antonio Hopkins popped up, pretty excited about that play. Tri-County Defensive Player of the Year.
Time to make a play in Shrine Bowl. Gotta enjoy that.
A last-ditch effort for North Carolina with under 2 to play. Truett Manuel gets the handoff. A baseball commit at NC State. Could throw. He runs for it and gets out of bounds right around the 40-yard line.
Truett Manuel showing the wheels. Also showing the good decision making, because that was going to be a pass by him down the field. Nobody was open. He was looking up that right sideline, saw nothing there, and tucked that football and made something out of it. He saw it there. He was going to go to the right and throw it. There was just nothing there. Great job by Whit Neubauer throwing a block for him to get him around that corner to the left side.
Manuel following in the footsteps of guys like Thayer Thomas, two sport guys at NC State for the Wolfpack. Pre-snap penalty.
Ball start.
I'll tell you what.
On the offense. 5-yard penalty, play first down.
I realize he's going to NC State to play baseball for Coach Avent, but if I'm Dave Doran, hey, if Coach Avent's okay with it and you want to walk on, we'll find a way to fit you into something. Got to be resourceful.
1st and 15 after the penalty. Neubauer pursued, still on his feet, throws it away, and it's picked off. Out of bounds at the 2-yard line.
Is that Quashid Scott?
It is indeed. The 2023 Mr. Football in South Carolina. Right place, right time.
He was looking to house that one, as they say. Neubauer, he's just trying to make a play, trying to avoid the negative. And I think he thought he was going to be able to throw that football away. Unfortunately for Neubauer, Scott was there waiting for that one, makes the interception.
Trayvon Dunbar from 2 yards out scores another South Carolina touchdown. And that is the icing on the cake with 1:16 remaining.
I'll tell you what, Dunbar with the touchdown, but, you know, the kids will never forget this game, and they will never forget the score. And that's going to be the discussion point, right? There's always a very competitive conversation about better high school football in the Carolinas, north or south. This is one of those games that people use to try to measure that. And I'm sure the folks in South Carolina will loudly remind the folks in North Carolina of the score in this one.
Well, that's part of the history of this event, right? I mean, there's a lure to it, the bragging rights, North versus South Carolina. I mean, these are high school football cultures that even outside of this event, although this might be the best example of what I'm trying to say, they sort of blend in some cases, right? We do games in the Charlotte area where South Carolina teams play North Carolina teams as part of their non-conference, non-district schedules.
And that's when both, right, non-conference, non-district, non-regional, whatever they are, right? And those are the situations to where both schools in those situations, they are carrying their state on their back.
So Franzone to kick it off from the 40. And this is returnable for Jonathan Paylor. Got a block on the outside, a cut up the middle. Up to the 30 and change.
Saw a little bit of pushing and shoving after the play there, but they get it cleaned up.
this has been a great environment. Great crowd. Such incredible energy around the intent of this event. Enters a handoff on first down. It goes to Corbin Kerr. As we're now under a minute to play.
Yeah, I think we'll get one more snap here, and then I think Coach Sowell in North Carolina will go ahead and let the clock run out. They've got to snap it one more time. I think they'll hand the football off here and say, we're going to get out of here and call it a day.
Kerr again, wrapped up at the line of scrimmage. Some scrappiness being broken up off of the ball. Great job by the officials. As we watch the clock on its way to expiration. And that does it for the Shrine Bowl of the Carolinas. A dominant victory for the Sandlappers of South Carolina under Calhoun County head coach Wayne Farmer. Stay tuned for the postgame when we return. 24-0 the final score. South Carolina wins. All 4 quarters in the books here at the Shrine Bowl of the Carolinas from Spartanburg, where it was 24-0. South Carolina gets the victory. With Reggie Walker, Darren Vaught back with you here at Spartanburg High Viking Stadium. Man, that was fun. South Carolina really put the clamps on with its defense and tightened up the offense. Broke some big plays there late in the second half. Ran away with this one, Reg.
Let me correct you, partner. It was fun if you played defense. It wasn't a lot of fun if you were an offensive player for the large part of this game. But that's to be expected in games like this when you've got really good football players in terms of at the line of scrimmage defensively. That can really make things difficult on offenses. You saw South Carolina get a couple of plays late. In addition, again, the interception late, which led to a last touchdown as well, kind of made the score look a little bit not descriptive of exactly what we saw. It was truly a defensive struggle on both sides for the majority of this football game.
Yeah, it certainly was. I meant, by the way, to clarify, it's fun for us.
Yeah,
it's always fun for us. That's the great thing about doing this. We always win, whether South Carolina or North Carolina was to come away with it. We have team awards to give away. Jeff and Mike are going to catch up with those players as we find out who wins the offensive and defensive players of the game for both North Carolina and South Carolina. Your thoughts on this one? Matthew Wilson really broke out as the offensive star, I thought, the quarterback headed to Appalachian State for South Carolina.
Yeah, Wilson with a couple of touchdown passes. I thought his accuracy and his timing and the velocity on the football was spot on, especially when he pushed the ball down the field. I thought the way he played in this game, particularly in the second half, late in that first half, late second quarter on through the game, I thought he looked really good. He seemed to be in a rhythm, found his comfort level, found his timing with these receivers, particularly pushing the ball down the field. Avery McFadden making a couple of plays. So many different guys making plays. Yannick Smith, obviously, as well. Just playmaker after playmaker on the South Carolina side to really help Wilson do his thing throwing the football.
Meanwhile, for North Carolina, Landon Callahan is one who stood out to me defensively. As the former defensive back yourself, I'd like to hear you expound on his performance.
You mean you want me to wax poetically on how well he played in this game? Yes, he played really well. Did he give up a couple of catches? Absolutely. Any defensive back is going to give up some of those, but the reality of the situation is he played a really, really solid game overall on the football field.
Now we're going to send it down the public address announcements for our players of the game.
Ladies and gentlemen, please turn your attention to midfield for the presentation of this year's most valuable players. In order, the South Carolina winning offensive MVP is number 19, Matthew Wilson, from Rock Hill High School in Rock Hill, South Carolina. The South Carolina winning defensive player is number 3, Zantuan Nelson of South Point High School in North Carolina. The offensive player is number 81, Nolan Hoosier from Hoe High School. And defensive MVP number 20, Landon Callahan from Reagan High School. Congratulations, all you MVP players. We're proud of you.
Hey, Coach, it wasn't always pretty in the first half, but hey, incredible second half. You guys blank North Carolina and you get the job done today.
Yes, we did. And that's hats off to the whole team. Offensively, we came out in the second half, did what we needed to do, put it in the end zone. Defense was outstanding all day long. So that's what we needed to do. Team's been working hard from the day one Sunday when they came in, and the staff did an outstanding job with preparation.
Yeah, you talk about that defense, and man, they were swarming all game long. What was the key to that today?
Well, Coach Coons, Coach Floyd, and Coach Brewer, they put a good game plan together. Put it together, we executed, worked on it all week. You know, it wasn't just an all-star game. We came in prepared to win a ball game. So we executed and made our assignments.
And Coach, not just all week, you were telling me earlier in the week that this thing started back in February. You guys started meeting every single Thursday night with your coaching staff. And when you look at the scoreboard, I mean, 24-0, how good does this feel to come home with a win?
Oh, it feels great. You know, playing against South Carolina, North Carolina, even though the Shrine is, you know, is dealing with the hospital, but now we're on a competitive field. We took care of business. I feel really good. I'm proud for the kids and the players and the coaches. Just outstanding. I'm ecstatic.
And, you know, you made history today. This was actually the first Shriners Bowl where you had 2 black head coaches in this game. And to win this one, I'm sure this is one that you'll never forget for the rest of your life.
Exactly. It'd be something I always remember and always cherish. You know, me and Coach Sal made history, 2 Afro-American coaches. And take my hat off to him and his staff and his team. But, yeah, definitely, I feel this will be something I'll always cherish, for sure.
Coach, congratulations.
Thank you.
South Carolina gets it done over North Carolina 24-0. We'll have more from the Shrine Bowl in Spartanburg coming up next on Bay Hackle Sports.
Hey, welcome back to the post-game show of the Shrine Bowl of the Carolinas. South Carolina wins this one 24-0. I'm here with Matthew Wilson. He is the MVP for the South Carolina side. And Matthew, let me ask you this. First of all, how nice is it to be holding that trophy?
It's an honor, but all glory be to God and my teammates. I mean, I can't do it by myself. The O-line blocked good. Running backs got the running game going when the passing game was slacking, and we just went hand in hand, and we put a good game together.
It takes the offense a little while to get going in a game like this because the defense can kind of just play free. You guys got a little more technical stuff you got to go through. Is it just tough to get the offense going on a game like this?
Yes, sir, but I would say it started from practice. I had faith in my team, I had faith in my receivers, and I just knew that they would make plays if I give them the ball. Just put the ball in their hands and they'll make plays.
When we talk about North Carolina, South Carolina, a little bit of talking during the week. I know people were talking in the hotel and stuff. When it's a battle of the Carolinas to come out on top, how nice is that? And, how much, is it just it's a good, feel-good story?
Yes, sir. It's always good to get a win for your state. And to North Carolina, they got great players. it was no real animosity, no beef. We just knew when it was time to step on the field, we ain't friends. It ain't buddy. So.
It took you guys a little while to get going on the offense, but defensive side of the ball. Talk about their performance.
Defense kept us in the game. You know, it was 3-0 for the longest, 3-0. And going into halftime, I told them just keep us in the game and we'll find it. And we ended up finding it, and they held their own. A shutout, a donut.
One final question, heading to App State. Rolling ears?
Yes, sir, rolling ears.
Got it. All right, now Mike Gillespie has our defensive player of the game.
Yeah, that's right, Jeff, here with Zantuan Nelson, sir. Show off your hardware. The defensive MVP of the game, man. That defense played lights out today, shutting out North Carolina. You got to feel just absolutely incredible heading back to South Point.
Oh, yeah. Ready to go to South Point, for sure.
Show that thing again, man. You know, obviously the top 44 players in this state only get to play in this game. So when you heard that you were one of the best in the state, what was your first reaction?
Oh, I already knew it. I just had to prove it. To everybody else.
Yeah, you know, it's funny. You came over to me right away, and you were like, you know, it's crazy. I felt like an underdog in this. You know, you're one of the few in this game that doesn't know where he's going to go play college football, but now you can basically show the world, hey, look, I'm a defensive MVP in an all-star game.
Yes, sir.
And, I mean, how nice does it feel to be able to shut out a team like North Carolina? I mean, come on, there's a ton of talent on that offensive side of the ball, too, for North Carolina. How good does that feel for you?
Feels great. The coach game planned well for the team, and our scouts for South Carolina did good game planning for North Carolina, and we got the dub, shutout.
So where are you going to stash this trophy, man?
I don't know yet. I got to find a place for it.
Good stuff. That's Zantuan Nelson, the defensive MVP of the Shrine Bowl. South Carolina wins 24-0. We'll have much more from Spartanburg coming up next.
Welcome back to Spartanburg, South Carolina. The Shrine Bowl of the Carolinas is over. South Carolina wins this one 24-0 over the North Carolina squad. I'm here with the two players, the offensive and defensive players for the North Carolina squad. We'll start with Nolan Hooser here. And Nolan, offensive player of the game as a punter. Kind of weird.
It's a little bit weird, but, you know, just got put in those positions. You got to make the best of it. You know, offense, I thought offense played great. I don't feel like I got this at all, but, you know, I'm just blessed to be able to have this trophy.
On the sidelines, what was the message? Because it was tough for the offense to get going. What was kind of were they upbeat on the sidelines? Let's just keep going.
So just keep going, and obviously on fourth down, you gotta get some spark. Everyone's down on the third down. Like we don't get the third down. So fourth down, we really got to make something happen to get the spark. So I just went in there, tried to do my thing, and luckily, I guess it came out. All right.
Best of luck at Clemson.
I appreciate it.
You got it. All right, Landon Callahan, the defensive player of the game for North Carolina squad. Defense just seems to play tough in this game. Is it easier to play a game like this on the defensive side of the ball?
Yeah, it's fun. I mean, we were kind of on the field a lot, but we just got to fight through adversity and just got to try to, like, flip the script and just get off the field, get offense back on the field, and just keep the momentum going.
When the flow of the game's not really going the way of the offense, how do you pick them up? How did you encourage them during the game? Maybe what did the coaches say?
Just telling them to keep going, like, don't give up. You're going to have mistakes, but you got to fight through it, and just we got to work together, offense and defense, to get off the field and on the field.
Cool. Landon Callahan, thanks for your time.
Thank you.
All right, that is the two players from North Carolina. Hey, we got more coming up post-game-wise here from Spartanburg, South Carolina. We'll be back right after the commercial break.
Back with you from Spartanburg High Viking Stadium, the site of today's Shrine Bowl of the Carolinas, a 24-0 victory for South Carolina as it's time to put a bow on this year's event, the 87th edition of the Shrine Bowl. Reggie Walker, Darren Vaught with you, and let's take a look at revisiting how special the talent from this game is, Reggie, because we talked about it all throughout the broadcast. A number of players for each of these teams committed to play in college for big-time programs and continue their football careers, beginning with the North Carolina side, of course, where, look, we talked about it throughout the game. There's a lot to look forward to as far as their football futures are concerned, right?
Yeah, it's interesting. This was kind of the state school bowl, right? NC State with a lot of players committing there that played in this game. And then on the South Carolina side, University of South Carolina with a plethora of players as well. But taking a look at some of the North Carolina notable guys, you see Georgia there for Nnamdi Ogboko, Evan Metters to Air Force. Isaiah Bridges, amongst others, on their way to North Carolina Central. Nolan Hooser, who you just heard from Clemson as well. Big boot there. Truett Manuel going to NC State to actually play baseball. But, looking at some of these recruits and what these kids are going to get an opportunity to do and fit into the programs that they're going to, this is very, very exciting for me as someone who also does college football games to see some of these kids. Now, on the South Carolina side, Darren, again, it's not devoid of talent either. You think about guys like Braylon Staley, who we saw make a big play down the stretch of this game. We talked about South Carolina prominently featured right here on this graphic with Josiah Thompson, Blake Franks, the two offensive linemen, Kelvin Hunter, the defensive back. Tamir Hickman-Collins, I'm looking forward to seeing his development alongside or being coached by Randy Shannon down at Florida State, one of the best people you'll ever meet, a heck of a coach as well. We saw Christian Zachary and Jameer Boston make plays in this game as well. Javion Martin, there's another one of those North Carolina Central guys. Matthew Wilson at Appalachian State, Turbo Richard on his way to Boston College. I mean, you look at this group on both sides of this game, and it's super talented.
Well, that'll do it for us from Spartanburg. So as we sign off, my thanks to you, Reggie Walker. You always make it a lot of fun up here. Our producer, Andrew Suarez, Jeff Taylor on the North Carolina sideline, Mike Gillespie down on the South Carolina sideline. Really the entire Bayhackle Sports crew here providing you guys with coverage of the 87th Shrine Bowl of the Carolinas. This was a lot of fun.
It was a lot of fun. It was a lot of pomp and circumstance going into it. But the reality of the situation was it was about what Shriners Hospital is doing, and this football game is just a catalyst to really amplify the work that the folks at Shriners are doing, and you have to feel appreciative for the opportunity. This is my first Shrine Bowl of the Carolinas. I get to do it with my good friend Darren Vaught as well. It's been a lot of fun.
No doubt about it. Special thanks to our gracious hosts here at Spartanburg High as well. They have been excellent. The Palace of Spartanburg High and Viking Stadium. It's been a blast today. We thank you for joining us. 24-0 again. The final score, South Carolina, the Sandlappers get the victory over the Tar Heels of North Carolina. Thanks for joining us for the Shrine Bowl of the Carolinas.